Okay. Welcome, 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 everybody. We are so glad to have you this morning. So glad y'all can make it for a wonderful day. If you would, let's join me in a moment of silence, followed by the Serenity Prayer. God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Good morning and welcome to this morning of the Saturday workshop, the morning session of the Saturday workshop of the Steps Come Alive. The committee and I welcome you to this wonderful day. I would like to introduce to you this morning our committee so that if you have any questions, you might know you might be able to find somebody who might have an answer. No promises. Committee, if you'll just stand up and put your hand up, please. And then in the back, we've got some people. Okay. So we might have. These guys have worked really hard to bring this event to you today, so thank you for that. Volunteers, we sincerely could not do this event without all of the help of our volunteers. Recovery is a we program, and we could not handle the details of an event like this without your help. Setting up, serving food, checking people in, cleaning out the facilities, the list goes on. Volunteers, will you stand? Thank you all for your service. We would like to take a moment to thank Brian Bowermaster. Brian, will you stand please in the back there? Brian has donated his time and equipment to this event. Bowermaster Productions is not a place where you come to get a professional video or top-notch photo. They work with clients that want more than that. One's vision is just like their inner story. This story is worth every nuance and every breathtaking and life-giving detail because it has the potential to change the world, just like stories have been doing since the fire. If you have a vision that you are uncontrollably passionate about and you know it has to be real, Brian can help. Please reach out to him for contact information. Thank you again, Brian. We would also like to take a moment to thank the Go Vertical Church. This church opened their doors to us and has welcomed recovery programs across the board for a few years now. They opened their doors when many of the churches were being shut. They have offered their resources and support to our mission of letting the hand of Al-Anon and AA always be there. They support us, and we would like to thank them. So a few housekeeping items. Space is tight, as you can see. There's just the two bathrooms that are right down here. So there is a smoking area in the enclosed courtyard straight down the hall by the restrooms. There's butt cans there, so please use them. We are having a 50-50 raffle, raising money for the next year. The raffle is simply 50% of the monies are the grand prize. 50% of the monies that are collected today will be the grand prize. Tickets are available through the end of lunch. And let's see, Tanya, where are you? Tanya and the registration desk have tickets available. Anybody else? Nicole, did you have tickets? So there's tickets available. We'll be walking around at the breaks. Question box. We have right outside this door, you can see it through the window right there. There's a place you can deposit your questions, and Father Tom will get back to those. And I'm going to pass around some note cards when I get done here. And so you will have those available. Those of you who are live streaming, if you go into the live chat on the right-hand side of your screen, that is being moderated, and those questions will be submitted as well. Okay. So the Steps Come Alive, a little history. began in 2006 in a sponsor's living room where a group of her sponsees gathered studying the Big Book of Alcoholics Anonymous. Newcomers and old-timers alike sat around in a circle on early Saturday mornings reading from the Big Book and sharing about what they had heard, what they were experiencing, and how it was changing their life. That sponsor was working with another old-timer from another state, and they began to talk about how to bring the steps alive for newcomers in an exciting day-long basic workshop that would offer newcomers an overview of working the steps and how to do it. The basics, and thus the event was born. In 2007, Father Tom came to Boise for our second event. Tom brought with him not only the basics of working the 12 steps, but a focus on keeping the program fresh, whatever our age in recovery and wherever and however many different 12-step programs we are working. At one point, I heard Tom say, in some places, if you are not in at least 3 12-step programs, you are still in denial somewhere. Father Tom speaks all over the world about this precious gift of recovery in both Al-Anon and AA programs where we are friends and allies in healing from the ravages of the disease of alcoholism. Thank you, Father Tom, for taking the time to come and be with us and share with us, to share your experience, strength, and hope of not only working but living the 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous. Please join me in welcoming Father Tom W. from Oakland, California.
What gravity looks like. Gravity is a killer. Let me do this. Oh, let's try again one more time the serenity prayer. God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage and the wisdom. I'm Tom, I'm an alcoholic. I go to Al-Anon and every so often NA. Glad to be sober, glad to be here today. I was telling Wes I didn't sleep that well last night. New place, new bed, new room. Biologically, you usually don't sleep real well then because you don't know how safe you are. They could have snakes there or alligators. So second night, you always sleep a little better, so I'm looking forward to that. But I dreamt of alligators last night, and so I asked Wes for his interpretation. And mine is that I'm going to Florida on Monday. And to me, it's an obvious thing. Snakes, alligators, who knows what. So my anxiety, but Wes suggested that I was going to be talking with a room full of alcoholics, and that might explain it just itself, the alligators in the room. Glad to be here. I've been sober for a while. I participate in simple things. I set up chairs at meetings. I'm 76 years old. I got sober in 1976. I'm a Catholic priest. I have taught high school kids. I have worked doing a lot of retreats. When I was in school, they made us read a lot of philosophy and history and theology and some literature. So I draw on all of that when I do presentations, and I have some handouts to share with you, and I do that with a little bit of fear and trembling, and because you might not. If I think something's really interesting, that doesn't mean you will think it's really interesting. I came to realization of that. One of my friends is a writer and named Annie Lamott, and Annie was just becoming a brand new writer and had an editor, and Annie was writing all these things, and her editor called her one day and said, "You are suffering from the delusion that everything you think is interesting." So, yes, anyway, I'll pass some stuff out, and if it's helpful, please use it, and if it's not helpful, don't worry about it. And there's always more to learn. There's that line in the book right at the end of the basic text that says, we are sure we know only a little. And I think they meant it. You know, 1939, they knew some stuff. But 1939 was a very long way ago. I was telling Paula, Franklin Roosevelt dies in 1945 at the age of 62 or 3. And I remember seeing pictures of him, and he looked like he was 150. But in 1945, if you were in your 60s, you were an old person. Now we think you're very young. You know, what are you going to do for the next 20 years? But healthcare was different. Mr. Roosevelt, they told him to keep smoking. It relaxes you. And don't exercise because you have a bad heart. That was medical care, 1930s. And then Lyndon Johnson, heart attack at 64 or 65. I mean, these are young folks, and we have learned more. We are more diverse. We have a greater sense of variety and diversity. Also, we are much closer to all kinds of places in the world than we were when we were kids. There's instant news. If there's a hurricane in the Philippines, we hear about it. If there's trouble in Boston, we hear about it. And so there's a sense of closeness that's new, and we're going to learn stuff from that. We're going to learn stuff from that. There's an old story, guy's traveling through the Midwest, and he's wondering how people get along, because people don't get along. I don't know if you've noticed that, but we don't get along. The Kingston Trio had a song when I was a lad. You young people can Google the Kingston Trio. The whole world is suffering with unhappy souls. The French hate the Germans hate the Poles. Italians hate Yugoslavs. South Africans hate the Dutch. And I don't like anybody very much. So I think that's the given. So whenever something brings people together in a peaceful way, it's news. And I will talk a little bit today about the practicality of the 12 steps. I mean, the 12 steps were created and developed and evolved because we don't get along. And so how do you get some kind of structure going for cranky, difficult, immature, argumentative people? The 12 steps. Bill gets sober. It's a surprise. He was hospitalized several times that year, 1934. Dr. Silkworth is having a conversation with Lois Wilson about whether Bill should be hospitalized like for a long time because there might be brain damage. He's getting to the place where he needs more care. And the room fills with light, and he has this experience. And it shocks him. And he asks Dr. Silkworth the next morning, am I going crazy? And Dr. Silkworth said, I don't know, let's wait and see. Let's see where this develops. And Bill and Dr. Silkworth were in a conversation for often and a long period of time. Dr. Silkworth is the one who taught Bill about alcoholism. Allergy of the body, obsession of the mind, first drink gets you drunk. And Bill, in discussing this with Dr. Silkworth, realizes the importance of carrying the message and doing this day at a time. in the very beginning of the text. Oh, come on now. To whom it may concern, this is on Roman numeral 25. I have specialized in the treatment of alcoholism for many years. In late 1934, I attended a patient who, though he had been a competent businessman of good earning capacity, that's really high praise. Just so you know, for Americans, we love that, you know. Are they from a nice family? Well, they have a swimming pool. Of good earning capacity, was an alcoholic of a type I had come to regard as hopeless. Now, Dr. Silkworth had worked with hundreds of alcoholics before he met Bill W. And he'll work with hundreds more. An alcoholic of a type I had come to regard as hopeless. In the course of his third treatment, he acquired certain ideas concerning a possible means of recovery. As part of his rehabilitation, he commenced to present his conceptions to other alcoholics, impressing upon them that they must do likewise with still others. It's play it forward. Play it forward. This has become the basis of a rapidly growing fellowship of these men and their families. No women yet. I mean, the early fellowship is pretty much white men in their 30s in Cleveland, Akron, and New York who drink in bars. That's a lot of the early fellowship. This man and over 100 others appear to have recovered. I personally know scores of cases who were of the type with whom other methods had failed completely. These facts appear to be of extreme medical importance because of the extraordinary possibilities of rapid growth inherent in this group. They may mark a new epoch in the annals of alcoholism. These men may well have a remedy for thousands of such situations. You may rely absolutely on anything they say about themselves. I was talking to a priest in recovery a couple of years. He went to a place in the Midwest for priests and sisters who were alcoholics called Guest House, and they're there for long periods of time. And he said, you know what they do at Guest House? They shove honesty down your throat. He wasn't happy about it. They shove honesty down your throat. And then here, vision for you. This is a real quick survey. Oh, come on. It's very sad. Years ago in 1935, one of our number made a journey to a certain western city. Now, Akron, Ohio is only a western city if you're from New York. I remember a few years ago, I liked listening to radio dramas and westerns and old radio shows, and I was shocked to realize that Gunsmoke, this perfect cowboy Wild West series, both on the radio and television, took place in Dodge City, Kansas. Matt Dillon, you betrayed me. Dodge City, Kansas. Anyway, from a business standpoint, his trip came off badly. Had he been successful in his enterprise, he would have been set on his feet financially, which at the time seemed vitally important. See, I just need to make some money. But his venture wound up in a lawsuit and bogged down completely. Everything was a mess. He's a mess. He calls some churches. He's discovered if he carries the message, he stays sober. He's trying to sober up New York. And he goes to bars at night and argues with drinking alcoholics. Let me tell you about God. The room filled with light, and haven't had a drink since. Well, of course he sounds like a madman. And he tries over and over and over again, and he comes home very discouraged, very tired. It's not working. I'm a failure. And he says all that to Lois, and she says to him, Bill, you're still sober. Light bulb. If I try to carry the message, I'm staying sober. He's in Akron, things fall apart. He's a little bit thirsty. So he makes some phone calls, and he ends up, church, Episcopal church, someone answers the phone. I need a drunk to talk to. Every pastor knows drunks to talk to. Henrietta Seiberling is a very prominent person in Akron, prominent family, very active in the church, very active in a group called the Oxford Group. Starts in 1905 by a Lutheran pastor named Frank Buckman, and they want to get Christianity vigorous and revived. In 1905, there's a whole group of people who thought that things had just gotten too soft and too flabby. And now don't take offense, that Christianity had become too feminized. So we want to toughen up. And Frank Buckman and the Oxford Group presented what they called muscular Christianity. This is around the same time in the United Kingdom where they invented rugby, because they thought cricket was a little too sissy. We need to toughen up. And so everyone's toughening up. And Theodore Roosevelt was the president, and the Rough Riders and Teddy Roosevelt, and shooting things and riding horses. I mean, it was a very vigorous, wild thing. And anyway, Henrietta Seiberling, Oxford Group, who cares? She connects him with Dr. Bob. And Bill meets with Dr. Bob, and they have a conversation, and Dr. Bob relapses. I mean, you know the story. And then he finally gets back on his feet. And here they go see AA member number 3. Life was not easy for the two friends. Plenty of difficulties presented themselves. Both saw that they must keep spiritually active, which I think means being of service. One day they called up the head nurse of a local hospital. They did not. Dr. Bob did. Bill sometimes multiplies. And Dr. Bob asked the nurse if they had an alcoholic there, because they have a program to help people get sober. And the nurses don't miss anything. She said, "Have you tried this yourself, doctor?" Because nurses don't miss anything. And he said, "Yes, that's why I'm so excited." And so they explained their need and inquired if she had a first-class alcoholic prospect. Now, one of my sponsees printed some buttons. First-class alcoholic prospect. But you can't wear that in a lot of places, you know, or bumper stickers. You know, you don't, it's not a good idea. Don't do that. She replied, "Yes, we've got a corker." You can look that up. Yes, we have one, is what she said. "We've got a corker. He's just beaten up a couple of nurses. Goes off his head completely when he's drinking, but he's a grand chap when he's sober, though he's been in here 8 times in the last 6 months." I hope you notice all the contradictions in those few words. Great guys just beating up nurses. Now, those nurses will have to go to Al-Anon really quickly, or they're going to want to ask him out. You know? I feel so excited. Yeah, exactly. Run. You know, run. Then she says, Understand he was once a well-known lawyer in town. So notice, we have a stockbroker, businessman, stockbroker, almost a stockbroker, more accurately, a physician, and a lawyer. It's Middle America. Dr. Bob's the older by far. Understand he was once a well-known lawyer in town, but just now we've got him strapped down tight, which is another possible bumper sticker if you're looking for new bumper stickers. And then Bill writes this, I find this fascinating. Here was a prospect, all right, but by the description, none too promising. So what, AA's been going for a month? And they're already disappointed in the newcomers. You know, Dr. Bob, when you and I got sober, we better quality now. I mean, it's tragic. It's going to ruin the program. It's not like it was when you and I got sober, Dr. Bob. Anyway, they have a conversation, and on page 159 it says, a year and 6 months later, these three had succeeded with 7 more. A year and 6 months later. This is very slow going. They're trying everything they can. They're seeing what works. They try this, they try that. How do you get someone sober? How do you get them, if they've been drinking heavily a lot, what about DTs? Bill fell in love with stewed tomatoes, sauerkraut, and of course black coffee, and perhaps Karo syrup as a way of getting you through your first couple of sober days without convulsions. And so, being that I'm such a historian, I thought if we're going to be true to the program, that's the package we should give newcomers. Stewed tomatoes, sauerkraut, Karo syrup. Welcome to the program of Alcoholics Anonymous. You might want to eat this during the meeting. Oh my goodness. Well, life happens and things change. And they are in correspondence. They write letters. Telephone is used. They visit each other back and forth, back and forth. And finally, there's a guy from Chicago, young man, a physician, and his father read an article in the Cleveland Plain Dealer about this group in Akron. And the father gives it to his son and says, you might want to look into this group. This is what parents do. They try to help. I smoked forever and a long time until I couldn't climb upstairs. Tobacco. And my mother hated it. And every so often, she would send me articles. And one of them was from Reader's Digest entitled, I Am Joe's Lung. And I think it added 10 years to my smoking. I mean, I'm not going to play your game, Mom. So anyway, this guy, he gets to Akron, and he meets Dr. Bob. Page 262. The day before I was due to go back to Akron, it was Dr. Bob's afternoon off. He had me to the office, and we spent 3 or 4 hours formally going through the 6-step program as it was at that time. The 6 steps were, number 1, complete deflation. You got to crash and burn. They'll comment in the book and in other places that there are people who seem to be in trouble with their drinking or other things, but it's still working sometimes, so they don't want to stop. Dr. Gil Ayat was a sober physician in the Bay Area, French-Canadian. He was a mentor to me. He died in his early 90s, 7 or 10 years ago now. But Gil would give talks all over the place, frequently to medical groups, and medical people are tough to talk to because they know everything. They're like church people. They know everything. And it's hard to get one simple new idea through. And Gil would talk about addiction and recovery. And Gil would talk about alcoholism as being a disease that had 3 distinct phases. Phase 1 is the fun phase. This is when it's really fun. If you're having fun, you're not going to stop. Okay, you're driving drunk and you've lost an arm, but you're still having fun, and that's not enough to stop anything. You know, let's keep going. I have another arm anyway. I don't need to. Fun phase. Stage 2 is called fun plus problems. It's still fun, but you're starting to have problems, you know. That whole list. Showing up drunk when you shouldn't be, showing up late, not showing up, blackouts, personality changes, Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde, that's a nice one. By the way, if you're looking for something to read that's not conference approved, may I suggest Robert Louis Stevenson's Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. It's a short story. And Dr. Jekyll is this noble, wise, curious, handsome, brave young doctor. And he's a scientist, you know, a doctor. And he plays in the laboratory and uses his concoctions, and they turn him into this monster. Movies have been made out of this. Dr. Jekyll is the good guy. Mr. Hyde is the bad guy. And I read it when I was sober a couple years, and it scares you to death. There's no recovery in Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Mr. Hyde just becomes worse and worse and worse. And in the 1840s, 50s, and 60s, among educated, learned people such as you and me, it was believed that if you were full of booze and full of bad things and full of bad attitudes and evil, you could just spontaneously burst into flame. And Mark Twain has people doing this, and Mr. Hyde bursts into flame and disappears. There's no science behind that, by the way. Anyway, some people suggest that this short story is Robert Louis Stevenson's description of his own experiences with cocaine, the magic substance in the lab that turns you into a monster. It's a first step story. Complete deflation. You got to crash and burn. Fun plus problems, then problems. And it doesn't get better, it gets worse. And then it gets worse. The first step asks the question, are you done? Are you still having fun? Are you ready to change? Are you willing to change? Are you desperate enough to change? Has your world come to an end? Here in these United States, we have groups that have been excited about the end of the world for a long time. 1830s and 40s and 50s in New England, groups got going about the end of the world coming very quickly. I think it's 1844, a guy named Miller says the world's coming to an end, and it doesn't. And it's 1845, and the world doesn't come to an end, and Jehovah's Witnesses get excited about this. The Mormon community gets excited about this. All kinds of people are looking forward to the end of the world. And then we had 2000 staring us in the face, and people got excited about the end of the world. I have some relatives who are very excited about the end of the world. I'm not. I think we're here for a very long time. Although if the world ended before the next election, I'd be relieved, you know. My friend Annie, I said, the world's got, I'm looking forward to it, she says. Anyway, if you've crashed and burned, here's what there was a book that I got in 1999 or 1998. It was for kids, but it was full of stories about times the world came to an end. Earthquake and fire, San Francisco, April 1906. The world came to an end. The fall of Constantinople in the 1500s when the Moors took over the place. When Columbus discovered the New World, for a lot of people in the New World, their world came to an end. When the Spanish went to Mexico, when Saigon fell, the world has come to an end so many times. The Mayan calendar. The press plays on this. The Mayan calendar's coming to an end. And then people get excited. And what happens when the calendar comes to an end? It starts over. Oh no, it's December 31st. We're doomed. January 1st. Good morning. Step one asks, are you willing to let go of your world that has come to an end? All the lies, all the crap, all the deception, all the fraud, all the misery, all the depression, all the isolation, all the rage. Are you willing to let go? Are you willing to say, powerless and unmanageable? Complete deflation. In the 1970s, in Germany, they went through old people's homes, interviewing old people. They wanted to get an oral history, a taped history, recorded but also visual, of what do you remember about the last years. We did this in the 1930s, not with film, but with big recording devices, talking to Civil War veterans and former slaves. What do you remember? Do you remember Gettysburg? Do you remember the Emancipation Proclamation? And in the Smithsonian Institute, there's an awful lot of recordings of women and men who remember these years. Well, the Germans were doing the same thing. And they went into an old folks' home, a senior citizens' home in Berlin. They told everybody, this is what we're doing, and then we'd like to know if you're willing. And they went to this one lady and said, are you willing? And she said, oh, I'd be very interested, sure. And they said, do you remember? Oh, vividly, she said, I have very clear memories. Where were you during the war? And she said, I was here in Berlin. And they said, what were you doing? And she said, I was Hitler's private secretary. Has anyone ever talked to you? Not till today. Out of those interviews comes a German language film called Downfall. Won Best Foreign Film 8 or 10 years ago, but we don't watch foreign films because subtitles. But I would highly recommend it. It's a brilliant film, and you do see into the world of the madman. And when he's raving and ranting with rooms full of people, he's not the smartest guy in the room, but he's in charge. Anyway, he shoots himself. That's spoiler alert. He shoots himself. And the Russians come into the city, and the Russians are mad. The Russians lost 20 million people. The racial policies of the Hitler government, Germans are number one. Then there's a lot of subhuman groups. Of course, Jews, very, 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 very bad. Slavic peoples are just a little better. So there was cavalier slaughter of women and children and Russian soldiers, and it was a bloodbath. And the Russians are mad. And they've been coming now for 3 years, and they've occupied the city. Hitler shoots himself. So a German general with a lot of medals and a big hat and a white flag goes out to meet the Russians, who are really mad. And he sits down with them. And in Europe, most people speak 3 and 4 languages. These aren't the smart people. These are the people. So you speak, the rule is your own language plus two others. So this German general spoke Russian and who knows what else, but there he is. And he tells the Russians, who are right over there on the other side of the table, Hitler's dead, and the provisional government has given me the power of negotiating with you our surrender. And the Russian general said, there's no negotiation. You're surrendered. See, that's step one. If you think you can negotiate the terms of your surrender, you might not be ready to surrender yet. I get to keep my car, right? Maybe not. My dignity, my self-respect, my good name, maybe not. Complete deflation. Now, the words are powerless and unmanageable, which for me were brand new words. Powerless, unmanageable. Step 2, dependence and guidance from a higher power. Step 3, moral inventory. Step 4, confession. Step 5, restitution. 6, continue to work with other alcoholics, the 6 steps. Now, number 1 is just such a basic one. 2, 3, 4, and 5 are from the Oxford group. Notice they're a little churchy. And then number 6 is with Dr. Silkworth and Bill and Bob and AA member number 3. You gotta carry the message if you're gonna stay sober. Bill will take these and turn them into 12. He writes about it. He wasn't planning on coming up with 12. What he wanted to do was close the loopholes and make it clear enough so that anybody could understand the footwork that you had to do to develop your sobriety and enter the human race as a grown-up adult who makes decisions and pays bills. Some people were telling him to make it much more religious. Some people were telling him to make it much more psychological. And Bill walks a middle course. Second step, came to believe that a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. Now, in the 12 and 12, it talks about step 2 as if it is all about faith, belief, faith, belief, faith, belief, faith, belief. And I've never liked that chapter. I mean, it's not my dealing with step 2. I had faith. I had belief. I can do this in Latin, English, and Greek, and I was still drunk. Believing God the Father? You bet I do. My problem with step 2 was I had no hope. For me, it's about hope. Came to believe that a power greater than ourselves could make a difference, could restore us to sanity, could get us back on our feet, could give us our lives back, could welcome us out of the tomb. I mean, a power greater than ourselves, whatever that is, and it doesn't matter. All of a sudden, you're aware of the fact that something's different and restored to sanity. I've had some wonderful therapists. I was newly sober. I met with a man named Leonard. And after a few weeks of meeting with him, I asked him if he thought I was normal. Do you think I'm normal? Because I've never felt normal. I mean, I'm always kind of on the lunatic fringe of most organizations. And he said, normal is 98.6. What am I trying to ask? You're trying to ask if you're healthy. How do you know? How do you know? And he said, healthy people can do 3 kinds of things. So this is what I want to present to you as a way of understanding being restored to sanity. Healthy people can work. Healthy people can love. And healthy people can play. If you can work, love, and play, you're doing really well. Alcoholism gets involved in our work lives. I was a teacher. And in California, they have this ridiculous law that if the kids are in the classroom, you should be there too. I mean, oppression, you know? And you shouldn't be smoking. I mean, that's even worse. I have so many. And you need to show up prepared, not hungover, prepared. And for a long time, I had some denial about how badly my drinking affected my teaching, but it really did. I mean, I have a lot of energy and bluster, and they were kids, so what do they know? But there were days I shouldn't have been in that classroom. I was too ill, too crazy. Working, starting a project, sticking with the project, finishing the project, cleaning up after yourself. If you can do that, good for you. Now, some males think if they've never missed a day of work, they're not an alcoholic. And that's just not true. All kinds of us don't miss days of work. I'm in Los Angeles. I'm sober a couple of years. I'm at a Monday night meeting called the White Flag Men's Stag. We sit in a circle, and there's a white flag in the middle of the circle, and it's never talked about. It's always there. And I met a guy named Ben. Now, Ben was a physician. At that time, not licensed to practice medicine. Anyway, Ben and I were talking, and he talked about the end of his drinking, and, he worked very hard in the hospital, and he was a surgical guy. And he was very responsible. He had a zillion obligations. And he would work really hard, go home, and drink himself blind in front of the TV, and then get up the next morning and go back to the hospital. That's what he did for some time. And he goes to the hospital one morning, and he finds out that during the night, one of his patients had had an emergency, a tracheotomy was needed, and someone did the tracheotomy, and he starts yelling and screaming, "You can't do this, this is my patient, you have to call me, you have to get my approval, someone's going to lose their head over this." And the nurse pulled him aside and said, "Doctor, you did the surgery." It was a perfectly good surgery, he's a competent doctor, he was just in a blackout. He wasn't done yet, but, that kind of thing. Working. Some of us, with a little bit of recovery, change careers. We find that what we could do in our disease, we cannot do in our recovery. We had a guy in Berkeley named Charlie who ran an honest garage. You ask around, is there an honest garage? Go to Charlie's. And one day Charlie showed up at an AA meeting. The room was full of his clients. Not your favorite first meeting, right? And he almost ran out the door, but we grabbed him and sat him down, and he maintained his sobriety. I became his sponsor. And he was about 5 years sober, 50 years old. And he wanted to talk to me because he said, "I want to quit the job. I want to sell the garage. I started working with cars when I was 15 years old. I'm now 50. I'm done with all that. I want to go back to school. I want to learn computers. I want to work in an office." And my first thought was, where will I take my car? So I told him, you shouldn't make a major change for the first 20 years of your recovery. I'm sure that's in the literature somewhere. But he did. And he did all this stuff. He's still sober. He's still very alive. And God got another mechanic sober. That's how it works. Working, changing careers. I went from the high school classroom. I had to leave after 5 years sobriety. I no longer like kids. Time to leave. And I did social work, and then I changed. Lots of us change careers. It's very scary. I asked my sponsor about this, going from A to B, pros, cons, pros, cons, pros, cons. How do you make a decision? And Terry said to me, "You can do any of these things. It can only be a terrible mistake. You can make a decision. It can only be a terrible mistake. If it is promptly admitted, then go do something else. You've made many mistakes to get here. You will make many mistakes to stay here." And it was such a freedom to be able to make mistakes and stay sober. Working. Loving. And here I'm not talking about getting laid. You have to explain this in Los Angeles. Some of us have been sexual with some people we wouldn't have coffee with. Okay? The love conversation is a big one in Al-Anon. It's about compassion and care and loving and not controlling and manipulating and dominating. It's my turn, your turn. You go, I go. There's mutuality. Sometimes grandparents and grandchildren get along so much better because they have a common enemy. Learning how to love. Paul, in his letter, Paul has a whole bunch of things he writes about. Paul sometimes reads like Dear Abby, in the New Testament. They ask him questions. He has a lot of opinions. But Paul has a little reflection on loving, and this is in one of his letters to the Corinthians, and this is how he begins. Love is patient and love is kind. There's more words, but that's not a bad place to start. Am I loving? Am I patient? Am I kind? Loving. A lot of us are afraid of lots of people. A lot of us are vulnerable. A lot of us are very well defended. A lot of us are cranky. A lot of us are terrified. Can I go in the direction of patient and kind, loving? Working, loving, and playing. Are you able to enjoy your life? Do you play? Do you recreate? Do you have a good time? No, 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 no. If I relax, I'll get drunk again. Oh, my. You're going to get drunk again. You have to learn how to enjoy. What gives you pleasure? What do you take delight in that doesn't cost $1 billion, You like music. You like outdoors. You like indoors. You like reading. You like model planes. You like painting. You like athletics. You like hunting. There are all kinds of things you can enjoy. But I had to learn how to do that because the only thing I knew was recreational drugs. And you have to learn to recreate without drugs. This can take a long time. Being restored to sanity. If I can work even a little, and love even a little, and play even a little, step 2 is at work. And it's something I'm receiving. It's something I'm growing in. This is development. This is evolution. This is maturing. A power greater than ourselves. And then step 3, made a decision to turn our will and our lives over to the care of God as we understood Him. I just want to point out a couple of things, and then I have something to share with you that I'll pass out. The care of God. Not the wrath of God, not the judgment of God, not the disapproval of God. The care of God. And however you understand God is a good starting place. Everybody understands God a little differently. Even if you're both members of the same church, everybody understands God a little differently. It's a great big topic. And it's worth a lifetime of reflection and study. God as we understand God. How do most of us understand God? Not very well. We'll kill people over this. That was done very commonly a few hundred years ago. Religious wars in Europe, bloody, nasty, awful things. Religious wars in the Near East. India and Pakistan separating in 1946, 1947. A Hindu, Muslim. 1 million people were killed that year. There's a line in the New Testament, Jesus is doing something, and someone runs up and says, "Help!" And Jesus says, "Do you believe?" And the person says, "Yes, I believe. Help my unbelief." I think that's a pretty good prayer. Yeah, I believe. I'd like to believe better. More like a grown-up. So here's my grown-up's piece of paper to hand you. And again, I like this a lot. If you don't, it's just fine. I won't take it personally. Do we have some bright young people who love passing things out? Come. There we go. You get these. And you get these. And you get, oh good. We should be able to handle all this, and why don't you take those? Let's see how this goes. Now this is from, it's a letter written by a French Jesuit named Pierre Teilhard de Chardin, who is a scientist and a philosopher writing in the 1930s and 40s. He had a lot to say about a lot of things, scientific stuff on evolution. Rome didn't like him very much, and they silenced him, and he stayed silent for a long time. He dies, and a lot of his writings are read. And a student writes him a letter. Everyone getting a page there? I have a few more if we need a few more. A student writes him because he's an old university guy. And this student, I suspect, is in graduate school. And if you've ever been in graduate school, it is the night of the living dead. It is just awful. You have so many things to do, and you are treated so badly by so many, and you're paid nothing. And it's really a hard place to be. And it's very easy to get discouraged. Halfway through a degree, you get discouraged. Some of us didn't finish school because we were busy. We go back to school in our recovery, and sometimes it's so easy to get discouraged. So a discouraged person wrote Chardin. Everyone got one? And here's what he writes back. Above all, trust in the slow work of God. I can't tell you how much I like that line. I want presto, quicko, changeo, fast. Trust the slow work of God. Think in terms of glaciers. You know, the Yosemite National Park in California, John Muir said, if you want to see the face of God, come to Yosemite. For 10,000 years, it was nothing but ice. And as the ice withdrew, you have Yosemite. Trust the slow work of God. We are quite naturally impatient in everything to reach the end without delay. That's me. We should like to skip the intermediate stages, like beginner, middle student. No, I want to be proficient right away. I want to know all those French irregular verbs without ever needing to learn them. We're impatient of being on the way to something unknown, something new. And yet it is the law of all progress that it is made by passing through some stages of instability, and that it may take a very long time. 7 years sober and you hate everybody? Well, of course you do. You're 7 years sober. Keep showing up. 10's better. 12's awful, but 10's better. And so I think it is with you. Your ideas mature gradually. Let them grow. My understanding, let it grow. Let them shape themselves without undue haste. Don't try to force them on, as though you could be today what time, that is to say grace, and circumstances, acting on your own goodwill, will make of you tomorrow. Only God could say what this new spirit gradually forming within you will be. Give our Lord the benefit of believing that His hand is leading you, and accept the anxiety of feeling yourself in suspense and incomplete. I feel incomplete. It's because you are. There's so much more to do. You're right. Trust the slow work of God. The line in the book that we read all the time in the beginning of chapter 5 is, do not be discouraged. And when I feel discouraged, I reread this letter from the older person to the younger person. You're being led. You don't have to know where. But I want it. You don't have to know where. Step 3. I've been going for a full hour, and you might need to pee or smoke. Let's take a 15-minute break and then come back, okay? Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. is that lunch is in 40 minutes. That's the good news. We just have to get from here to there. And part of recovery is that crucial 10th step. When you're wrong, you need to promptly admit it. And last night I mentioned that in my first 5 or 10 years of recovery, I was probably wrong half a dozen times. And now I'm just wrong a lot. And someone with an eagle eye pointed out on that prayer of trust 2 errors. 2 errors. Now correct these, because one is really big. Second paragraph, and yet it is the law of all progress that it is made, not is. It is made by passing through some stages. And in the last paragraph, only God could say with this new spirit gradually forming, F-O-R-M-I-N-G, not forcing. Forcing is the exact opposite. Gradually forming within you will be. So when I get home, I'll correct those and, be full of shame. I am my whole staff, so I can't blame the typing pool. Also, I brought with me, for those of you who are, I don't want to be rude, a little perhaps obsessed with everything. This bumper sticker just says, "Oh, lighten up." And it's for those of us who could use a little cheering up. Maybe relax the grip just a little bit. And so it's for you. You can put it on your car. I have one on my car. You can put it anywhere. If you give this to someone else, it's an Al-Anon slip. Okay? Just so you know. Paula was passing out something that I have found very helpful. This is kind of, we focus on specifics in the program, and then you need to step back and take a wider view, like the end of the world, evolution, ice age, the transcontinental drift. These are from my sponsor, and I let me tell you the story of these. My sponsor was he was a guy that went to meetings. He went to meetings all the time. And he and I have been with him to meetings. And I hated everybody in the room. And it was just awful. And I'd leave the room and say, "What a bunch of losers." And he would say, "Oh, I found it very helpful." So he had a bad attitude. He listened well. He was eminently kind and patient. He had a very nimble mind. He was very well read. He read book reviews, not books, book reviews, like New York Times, London Times book reviews. So you thought he knew a lot because he read so much, but he read book reviews, which is kind of the Reader's Digest version of books, And he was curious and thoughtful, and he listened. And there were times I was very confused with my thinking and feeling, and I could spell out a lot of stuff to him, just kind of, and he could help me sort out stuff. He was a lifesaver over and over again. Terry Ritchie was his name. He got sober in 1971. He spoke at a meeting somewhere down in Southern California, and this old man came up and said, "Are you from the Ritchie family from Grass Valley?" "Yeah," Terry said, "those are my people." And the old man said, "I knew your grandfather. He was the oldest of 6 boys. He was the only one that did not die of alcoholism. And he had one son, Terry's father, who died of alcoholism when Terry was 5 years old. So to say that alcoholism shattered that family is an understatement. And Terry was a good boy. He went into the seminary as a young person, and he was an Eagle Scout, and he was earnest, and he was decent. And what Catholics did in the United States around confirmation time, which is bar mitzvah time, you could take the pledge. Now, this was invented by the Irish Catholics in the United States. You take the pledge to not drink till you're 21. And this way, some of their children would live to be 21. That's the plan there. Old man Joe Kennedy told each of his kids there in Massachusetts, if you don't drink until you're 21, I'll give you $1 million. Because there's a tiny bit of alcoholism in the Kennedy family, you might be aware. So Terry took the pledge. Not only did he take it, he kept it. Now, I did not take the pledge. I was, who knows, 13, 12 years old, confirmation, the bishop's coming. And they may have talked about this in class, I don't remember. But all of a sudden, I'm with the pastor, and he wants to know if I'm willing to take the pledge. And I said, no. And he said, why not? And I said, I like champagne. I've been to some weddings, and there was champagne, and it is delicious. And he said, you have expensive taste. And then I was summoned, out of his office. I don't know if you signed something or I have no idea, but I didn't take the pledge. But Terry did. And then he had his first drink was on his 21st birthday. Now, he planned his first drink. This was not a casual matter. Parade magazine came off with a thing called America's Favorite Cocktails. And Terry studied it to decide what his first drink should be. So this is a little obsessive, don't you think? And it's a Manhattan or something, with some of this. It's a mixed drink. It's very complicated. And he said he had his first mouthful of alcohol at noon on his 21st birthday. Let me spell this out a little bit. This is a very uptight, earnest young man. Eagle Scout. Serious. He took a mouthful of alcohol, he said, and he couldn't get over it. He said, I discovered America, is what he said. For the first time in his life, he relaxed. They sell this in stores? All of that. And within 5 seconds, his next thought was, don't tell anyone how good this is. Keep this secret. And he said he crossed the thin, invisible line into alcoholism about 2 o'clock that afternoon. First drink. Now, he was in the seminary. They have 1 billion rules. And you didn't have a lot of access to alcohol, but he did, and whenever he did, he would get drunk. He was kind of a periodic. And then he was ordained a priest in 1964 in Latin. And then you have much more access to alcohol, and he's a mess. He's a falling down drunk. And you'd get these assignments, and he'd show up late. It's the 8 o'clock mass. He'd show up at 10. And he was fired from the first parish. I think he was fired from the second parish, too, for being so unreliable. And he's a kid. He's like 29, 30, 31 years old. And they finally send him to a parish in Santa Barbara as an assistant pastor. And they have a nice, polite dinner for the assistant pastor, and nice people in the parish are there to welcome the new assistant pastor. And one of the ladies of the parish came up to him and said, it's so nice to see a young priest here. They usually only send us the alcoholics. And Terry, the Archbishop in Los Angeles, James Francis Cardinal McIntyre, very conservative. Most American bishops are conservative. He was very conservative. And he became bishop in 1947 or 8, and he was bishop for a very long time. He thought AA was Protestant. And there was a time when Catholics and Protestants didn't talk. In fact, we were told if you go into a Protestant church and say a prayer, you're going to hell. This is before the Vatican Council. It's the years of the Reformation. Lutherans and Catholics did not mix. Catholics and Episcopalians did not mix. It was really very awful. That's in our lifetimes. My lifetime. Vatican Council changed everything. I'm all for it. Anyway, who cares? McIntyre would not allow AA meetings in Catholic churches. And no priest could go to AA. If you said a priest was an alcoholic, you were attacking the church and causing scandal. So Terry, instead of being sent to AA, was sent to Schickshadel Hospital in Seattle, where they do aversion treatment. Aversion works like this. You're having a good time drinking. We're going to make sure you have a bad time drinking. So what's your favorite drink? I like this. Okay, take this little druggy thing. Bloop, now have your favorite drink. And you vomit and soil yourself. Would you like another drink? Oh, I'd love another drink. Drink, vomit and soil yourself. And vomit. And now, there were 6 of those sessions in one treatment. And you had, I think, 5 of those treatments each time you showed up. So you were pretty used to vomiting and shitting yourself. This will make you stop drinking because you're having a good time drinking. So Terry went there for that, and then he went back to Los Angeles and was dry a little bit, then he drank again. So they sent him back to Schickshadel. And he vomited and shat himself and vomited and shat himself. And then they left and he went back to Los Angeles. He got drunk on the plane on the way home. This is bad. And then they sent him again for the 3rd time. He got to the point where if he saw the color of bourbon or smelled it, he just vomited and probably shat himself. So he would put it in a brown paper bag and hold his nose. And when I heard him say that, I loved him. This is my guy. He will understand the craziest stuff I come up with. So McIntyre finally retires, thank God. And the new guy came in, a man named Timothy Manning. And on his first day on the job as Archbishop, he was met by 6 very wealthy Catholic laymen, all of whom were members of Alcoholics Anonymous. And they said, Archbishop, this policy has to change. You have guys who are dying. And it changed immediately. So Terry was in trouble again. And so he was sent back to New Jersey for a place for priests who were reluctant to recover. Isn't that polite? Losers. This is someone who's been the treatment and been the treatment. And what they did is they went to meetings all the time and a whole bunch of other things, Warrior Collar, and they go into New York and go to meetings. And Terry was so convinced. Well, he knew there were good alcoholics and bad alcoholics. Good alcoholics get into trouble, you explain the program, and they never drink again. Those are good alcoholics. Bad alcoholics, they get into trouble, you explain everything, they say, I've got it figured out, and they get drunk again. So you explain it again, slower. And they get drunk again. And then, and they get drunk again, and they get drunk again. So he had the Schickshadel stuff. He also was, if he could just get to the local insane asylum and shake it out for a couple of days, he'll be okay. And you know how we have, this is holding on to our dignity. You know, we're drowning in alcohol. One of the ways I held on to my dignity was I never drank and drove. I drove drunk, but I did not drink and drive at the same time. And I hope you appreciate the importance of that, right? I mean, I have dignity. Terry's was the time he drove himself to the local insane asylum to dry out, and times others drove him to dry out. And it was the second or third time he drove himself. Archbishop Manning came to see him and saw him in the day room. Manning would visit people who were sick. And Terry's there in the day room, you know, again, and he knew that all this stuff, good alcoholics, bad alcoholics. And he said, well, I have finally admitted at the age of 30, I'm the kind of alcoholic that gets drunk again. Ego deflation in depth. I'm the bad kind of alcoholic, and he has been sober since. Went back to New Jersey, came back after 6 or 9 months there, and his sobriety began in 1971. So I was very glad to meet him. I wrote Archbishop Manning, I'm coming down. Is there a sober priest I can connect with? And he gave me Terry's name, and I met him in probably August, September 1977. And he was pretty much my sponsor all that way. You have to break a sponsor in. It takes time. You know, the slow work of God. You don't want to tell them too much right away because... But over the years, he became an intimate, safe, nourishing companion. Not a scary guy. I did my fifth step with him. We'll talk about that this afternoon a little bit. But at the end of my fifth step, he said to me, "Well, one thing's real clear." I went, "Oh no, something's clear." He said, both you and I need this program very much. Notice, both you and I need this program. Very democratic, life-giving. So it's New Year's Eve. I'm teaching at Loyola High School, Central LA. Terry comes for dinner, and we're going to a New Year's Eve event. Now, perhaps you have big fancy New Year's Eve events in Boise. Dinners, dances, stuff. They have some in San Francisco, big dances, feasts, meetings, speakers, very complicated. This was at the Salvation Army in downtown LA. Not all that fancy. And a couple of people were very brand new, and others had a couple of weeks. And I'm there. I'm with Terry, and I'm his backup team, and he stands up in front of this group of very new, raw people, and he tells his story. And he had a way of going off on tangents on occasion. And I'm a teacher, and so I would carry paper and pencils with me, a pen. I hate pencils. Pen. So I could take notes, because you never know. And at that meeting at the Salvation Army, New Year's Eve, 1978 or 9, Terry was talking to all these guys, and he said, you know, here we are, kind of powerless, unmanageable, thrown up on the trash heap of history. Our lives have come to an end. Our world has come to an end. We're, without family. We're without a lot of things. We just crashed and burned, step one. He said, society has some really tough rules that we've been forced to follow our whole lives. And he said, here's rule number one. You cannot have anything wrong with you. I mean, that's number one. You can't have anything wrong with you. You have to fit in, you have to conform, you have to look good, you have to have the perfect smile and the perfect teeth and the perfect butt and the perfect clothes and the perfect car. It's terrible with kids. If you're a kid that doesn't fit in, it is an anguish. You can't have anything wrong with you. Look good, sit up straight, fit in, conform. That's rule 1. Rule 2, if you have something wrong with you, get over it fast. We'll give you some slack. Take the weekend off. Shape up. Okay, your mom died. You need the whole weekend off? Get over it fast. We like fast. We believe in fast. Fast solutions for complex problems. Rule 3. If you won't get over it fast, pretend you did. Now, this is where some of us develop an art form of pretense and fraud and the public face. You lie, you cover up. Everything's wonderful. I'm so glad to be here. And there is this, again, the facade. Look at me. Aren't I just one? Our family looks so good on the outside. Inside, not so much. If you won't get over it fast, pretend you did. You're a Eucharistic minister. You're going to hang yourself later on tonight. Can I leave a little early? Oh, I'm fine. Yeah. Need to get more rope. I'm fine. I'm okay. Number 4, if you won't pretend, drop out. And a lot of people do. I mean, an awful lot of people in these United States don't participate in very much. Civic things, voting things, public things. They've just dropped out. Every so often, it looks really good to me just to drop out. Rule 5, if you won't get out, at least have the decency to act ashamed when you're around the rest of us. So you'd come to a group like this and say, hello, my name is Tom, and I'm so ashamed. I should be taller. I should be more energetic. I should have accomplished more. My 11th step isn't very good. My 4th step wasn't long enough. If you just let me stay in the back and not take up much space, can I stay? And then Terry said to this group of New Year's Eve celebration people at the Salvation Army in downtown LA. He said, you know, to come into the world of recovery, you have to break those 5 rules. Like the first one that says you cannot have anything wrong with you. He said, listen, if you don't have something seriously wrong with you, go bore someone else. This is a group for troubled people. These are people who have crashed and burned, made powerless, unmanageable, disaster, catastrophe. We're so glad you're here. Rule 2, you don't have to get over it fast. I mean, you can be a malingerer. I mean, you've had a bad attitude for years, and we're still glad to see you. Come on in. You've been late forever. Yes, that's you. Come on in. My mother believed in showing up early, and my oldest brother's wife was always half an hour late. Always half an hour late. And guess what they talked about for 53 years? Her being late. It was lovely. Rule 3, you don't have to pretend anything here. You can be who you are. You can be wired as you're wired and have as much a seat as anybody else in the room. Welcome. Welcome. I met my first transgendered person at a meeting of Alcoholics Anonymous in Los Angeles in 1978. an older person who went through all those changes, and she talked about it from the podium and stayed sober. Can you imagine? Her name was Nicole. And I saw her in Safeway a couple weeks later, and I said, "Hello, Nicole." And she said, "Oh, I'm so glad you recognize me. Are you a friend of Bill's?" And we had a conversation. And it was just like talking to a person. I just wanted to say that. 1978. You don't have to pretend. You don't have to drop out. And you don't have to be ashamed. You can be who you are, as you are. We'll talk about this more this afternoon when I talk a bit about flaws and defects of character. Now, I know none of us have any, but we have to talk about those other people. And so we're going to do that. We're going to do that this afternoon. Oh, my. It's time for the lunch people to go and do lunch people things, okay? And then let me go to the beginning of chapter 11, and this is just 10 minutes now, and then we can take a break. And for the lunch thing, you want to get there first, because if you don't get there first, the selfish people just push their ways right into things. So easy does this, right? So this is the beginning of chapter 11. One more thing, step 3. That turning things over. There are lots of ways we do that. There is an official third step prayer in Alcoholics Anonymous, which is written in King James. And that's just a fine prayer to use. I have trouble with thou, therefore, wheretofore art. I have always trouble with that. Even though the Lord's Prayer is written in King James too, and I'm able to say that without stumbling. Sometimes step 3 is just help. Sometimes step 3 is just waving a white flag, like that nice German general on his way to see the Russians, They didn't shoot him. They let him in. In Narcotics Anonymous, the third step prayer goes like this: take my will in my life, guide me in my recovery, show me how to live. I don't think that's bad. Just saying. Find what works for you. And do you do the third step once or all the time? And the answer is yes. It's a statement of policy. We turn things over to the care of God. And I was told this years ago at a meeting. What the third step looks like in practice is you show up, you pay attention, you tell the truth, and you let go of the results. Show up, pay attention, tell the truth, let go of the results. I remembered that when I had my last conversation with my boss. I talked about that last night. If you weren't here, sorry. Pay attention, tell the truth, let go of the results. Sometimes that's terrifying. Beginning of chapter 11, a vision for you. For most normal folks, drinking means conviviality, companionship, and colorful imagination. It means release from care, boredom, and worry. It is joyous intimacy with friends and a feeling that life is good. It's fun. People enjoy it and don't die or go to jail or shoot anybody. Now, I live with some normal people. 3 members of my community are active members of Alcoholics Anonymous. But we have a couple of normal people. One, his name is John. He's 84 years old. I've lived with him since 1982, I guess. He's a wonderful man in 1,000 ways. Every night about 5 o'clock, he has 1 double scotch. It's hilarious. I mean, I just watch this. He'll come in and I'll say, John, why don't you have a drink? And then he has one double scotch. Now, I've known that. I think it's hilarious. I don't know how he does it. It is just such a foolish thing to do with scotch. But during the quarantine, I was home for a year, so I was in the kitchen when he poured his double scotch. Take a breath. He uses a shot glass. If he had flown to the ceiling, I could not have been more surprised. When do you see people using shot glasses? And my head exploded. And a couple of days later, I asked him, John, why do you use a shot glass? And he said, ready? You don't want too much. Now, if you come to Oakland ever, I've done this with people in the fellowship. I invite them to come into the kitchen. I charge them $5, and they can watch John use a shot glass. They've never seen this before. I told him, we'll bury him with the shot glass. Can I get you a new shot glass for Christmas? I have no idea what to do with these things, It's just a feeling that life is good, but not so with us in those last days of heavy drinking. The old pleasures were gone, they were but memories. Never could we recapture the great moments of the past. There was an insistent yearning to enjoy life as we once did, and a heartbreaking obsession that some new miracle of control would enable us to do it. There was always one more attempt and one more failure. That is my drinking story, right there. The less people tolerated us, the more we withdrew from society, from life itself, the isolation, which I had to do. I could not trust myself to drink with other people in the room because I would fall down, I would throw up, I would pass out, I'd act inappropriately. I'd start an argument over nothing. As we became subjects of King Alcohol, shivering denizens of his mad realm. Now, for English majors in the room, that's called purple prose. It's lush, a little too lush, extravagant, fancy language. It's like Bill, when he's writing this page, is using Roget's thesaurus, which is given to high school students in their sophomore year to build vocabulary. So you start using new words. Don't just say big, enormous, huge, ginormous, massive. So King Alcohol, shivering denizens of his mad realm, the chilling vapor that is loneliness settled down. It thickened, ever becoming blacker. Some of us sought out sordid places, hoping to find understanding, companionship, and approval. I thought I was the only one that ever did that. And I heard my sponsor talk about this. I mean, I didn't have words for some things until I heard him describe some things. And here's what happens. You're out with some people, and they're having a few drinks, but you're drinking. And then the party's over and they go home. Or the bar closes. And you're not done yet. And you got to go get done. And that can be very awkward. I've had that experience a couple of times. Hoping to find understanding, companionship, and approval. Momentarily we did, then would come oblivion and the awful awakening to face the hideous four horsemen, terror, bewilderment, frustration, despair. Unhappy drinkers who read this page will understand. Now, Bill, the four horsemen, it's a reference to the book of Revelation, the last book of the New Testament. It's also called the Apocalypse of St. John, the Revelation of St. John. And John sees the end of the world, and it's a lot is going on, and it's grim. And there's four people on horses, and they begin riding through the earth. And the four horsemen of the apocalypse are famine, disease, war, and death. Bill, terror, bewilderment, frustration, despair. But it's very similar. And then he says, unhappy drinkers who read this page will understand. What I want to share at the end of our morning session is this. This is the first page of the big book I understood. Page 151. I wasn't sure I was an alcoholic, but I was sure an unhappy drinker. Maybe it's just a bad patch. Maybe I'm just really unlucky this year. An unhappy drinker will understand. The first part of the book, war fever ran high in the New England town. Who cares? But I heard this read at a meeting. And I heard it. And I went back. I had a copy of the book. I opened the book and I read and reread and read and reread this page. And it helped me belong. It's nice if there's some desperation at a meeting, if there's some people out of balance at a meeting, if there's some goofiness, if there's some people who are a little volatile, at a meeting. That's really, really nice. I relax right away. I get nervous if everyone's having a good day, because I compare, and I might not be having a good day. Anyway, glad to be here. We're in Idaho, in case you're wondering. We're going to have lunch in just a few moments, and why don't we break and do that, and then we'll come back and go into a few more steps in a couple traditions.
Back from that wonderful, wonderful lunch. Our cook is in the kitchen still, so let's do it one more time and let's give her a really loud round of applause. Special thank you to Wendy W. for cooking all of that food. Okay, so a couple of business items. In order to keep the event low cost, we have had a lot of service happen. We're going to go ahead and pass the basket, though. If you would like to contribute to the future of the event, please do. It's going around, and Lisa is going to read the 12 traditions for us.
Thank you. My name is Lisa. I'm an alcoholic. The 12 traditions of Alcoholics Anonymous. 1, our common welfare should come first. Personal recovery depends upon AA unity. 2, for our group purpose, there is but one ultimate authority, a loving God, as he may express himself in our group conscience. Our leaders are but trusted servants. They do not govern. 3, the only requirement for AA membership is a desire to stop drinking. 4, each group should be autonomous except in matters affecting other groups or AA as a whole. 5, each group has but one primary purpose, to carry its message to the alcoholic who still suffers. 6, an AA group ought never endorse, finance, or lend the AA name to any related facility or outside enterprise, lest problems of money, property, and prestige divert us from our primary purpose. 7, every AA group ought to be fully self-supporting, declining outside contributions. 8, Alcoholics Anonymous should remain forever non-professional, but our service centers may employ special workers. 9, AA as such ought never be organized, but we may create service boards or committees directly responsible to those they serve. 10, Alcoholics Anonymous has no opinion on outside issues, hence the AA name ought never be drawn into public controversy. 11, our public relations policy is based on attraction rather than promotion. We need always maintain personal anonymity at the level of press, radio, and films. 12, anonymity is the spiritual foundation of all our traditions, ever reminding us to place principles before personalities.
Thank you so much. Okay, so a couple of other things that you have been asking, and we want to make sure that you know. Yes, we are recording today's session. We are figuring out how to host it and send it out. We will have a link that you can buy the recording after it's over. It'll be $20, and it should be about 2 weeks. So as long as you are registered with your email address, then you will get that link after the event and once we figure those details out. So I think that's all. After the next break is when we're going to draw for the 50-50 raffle. So stay tuned.
Thank you. A couple questions. I think a lot of being alive has to do with steps 1, 2, 3. I think regularly many of us experience powerlessness and unmanageability. When I was younger and less thoughtful, I thought you do 1, 2, 3, and then you do 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then you do 11 and 12. Forever, so 10, 11, 12, 10, 11, 12. But when my sponsor started losing his abilities, he would talk about the powerlessness and the unmanageability and the letting go. And Bill Wilson had to deal with that also, letting go as a spiritual exercise. When he let go of running Alcoholics Anonymous and gave it to the hands of the General Service Board. That was a huge letting go. And I think in my spiritual tradition, the Jesuits, Ignatian stuff, those are funny words. The ability to let go is a sign of spiritual health, if you can let go. So we had a boss show up, and the boss gets a 6-year term, and then you're returned to the ranks to teach freshman Latin in San Jose. So it's a corrective. You know, you don't get someone in there for life, like in some places. And he said when he first traveled around, you'd meet all these people who were members of your province, 200, 300, 400, 500 men. And you asked, you know, you want to find out if they're healthy, if they're okay, do they need help, are they suffering depression or physical illness? And he had all these questions he would ask them to try to access their spiritual, emotional, psychological health. And he said after a few years, he discovered that he really only had to ask one question. I know you're effective and happy and doing really well in your present job. If I needed you to go somewhere else, are you willing? And if they said, absolutely not, no, I must be here forever, not a good sign. If they said, I'm willing to talk about it, it's a good sign. Can you let go? And in Al-Anon, we let go of so much. I mean, there's some of the Al-Anon literature even deals specifically with the business of grief. Letting go. If you love an alcoholic, if you love an addict, there's going to be losses. And it's not fair. The language of the program is waking up. We wake up. Having had a spiritual awakening. In early days, it was written down, having had a spiritual experience. And then they changed the wording to having had a spiritual awakening. And they're slightly different. And people got very excited about that. I think both are good. Sometimes the answer to a question is yes, you know. Like, are we recovered? Or are we recovering? And the answer is yes. Yes, you've recovered. We're so relieved, but please don't stop. You know, please don't stop, especially now, because we're very concerned. There's in the Buddhist tradition, I've had some stuff in Southeast Asia. I've taught in Vietnam. I've English to adults, to young Jesuits there. English is the language of the Jesuit order. So if you're going to enter the community, you need practical English. And a lot of our young fellows in Vietnam and other places, they can read and write just fine, but they can't talk. So getting the accent, getting this done is a great thing. It was, I've taught in Hanoi, in Saigon, outside of Bangkok, in Chiang Mai, in Thailand, and in Myanmar in 1999. So I've been over there for 100 reasons. We have a retreat every year, if you're interested in this, the 2nd or 3rd week of October at the Jesuit Retreat House in Chiang Mai. And COVID, we've been doing this for 25 years, but COVID happened, and so we shut down. But we did it last October. We had 31 people, and they came from Singapore, from Hong Kong, from Dubai, from Pakistan. 2 women from Pakistan. And they said, we're the only sober women in Karachi. We need to talk to sober women. So it was wonderful. I'm very glad to go there. Anyway, what's the point of that? Oh, you see what happens. Southeast Asian stuff, and you bump into, Japanese Buddhists are not the same as Chinese Buddhists, are not the same as Thai Buddhists, are not the same as Vietnamese or Tibetan Buddhists. It's like Irish Catholic is not Italian Catholic, is not Mexican Catholic. I mean, these are different universes. Grow up. But one of the things out of Japan, it's a Zen notion. I like Zen, the simplicity of it and the feet on the ground of it. And they say you want to develop and keep hold of the beginner's mind. I want to be an expert and have nothing but suave, debonair things to do. I don't want clumsy, I don't want awkward, I don't want dumb. But beginner's mind every day lets me know there's stuff to do, there's work to do. And you need to keep it fresh, or it's a death sentence. The beginner's mind. And every so often I get tired and worn out and I need something new, and I better pay attention to that. I remember in meeting in Los Angeles, and when I moved to Los Angeles in 1977, there were 1,000 meetings a week in Los Angeles County. Now there are 4,000 meetings a week in Los Angeles County. And it's mostly because there are so many resentments. It just, new meetings happen all the time. I want to get here and here and be in the line here. So spiritual awakening. We don't talk about getting saved. We don't talk about getting fixed. We talk about waking up. And I usually wake up not feeling perfect. I rarely am I glad to be anywhere. Where am I, and I've learned, because I travel a lot and end up in funny rooms, leave the light on in the bathroom so you know where to pee, just because of 100 reasons. So we wake up. Rumi, the poet, 1200s, Rumi says, out of the Muslim tradition, Sufi tradition. The Sufi Muslims are the ones that sing and dance. Like the Hasidic Jews are the ones who sing and dance. And there are different groups that other groups don't dance or sing all that much. I've been there. Like in some Catholic churches, they're barely breathing, much less singing or dancing. Oh well. Having had a spiritual awakening, Rumi says, I always wake up empty and afraid. I always wake up empty and afraid. And sometimes when I wake up, it is like getting splashed with cold water. I zone out, I get distracted, I shut down, I get numb, I get too tired to pay attention, or I just get in a rut. And those aren't places where vitality happens. So I regularly need to do something that stirs things up. So I'm in Los Angeles, I'm going to meetings in central LA, and rooms are full of people who look and sound like me. God, it's just a death sentence, I need to meet different people and hear different accents, or I get very sterilized. So I went about 3 miles south to an Alano club in the Crenshaw district, which was very African American. And the first time I showed up there, they said, "Are you the speaker?" And I said, "No, I'm just bored by white people. Can I sit here for a while?" And it was wonderful, and I got revived again. And every so often, when it's stale, one of my pals, sober a long time, was in a military chaplain, done 3 tours of duty, and so he came back to the West Coast, and I asked him, "What are you going to do?" And he said, 90 meetings in 90 days. Now, he's long sobriety, 90 meetings in 90, because there's vitality there. So we wake up, and we turn things over, we wake up, and waking up can be very unpleasant. Rarely do I wake up grateful. I mean, it takes me a couple hours to get things lined up, and then, oh, I'm grateful. Um, uh, there's ways of making connections, and there's some meditation, there's some reading, maybe getting outside, maybe working in the yard, um, something, Do not wake up and go to the desk and make phone calls. That's doesn't work for me at all. So waking up empty and afraid. And then once we're here a little bit, we're asked to do inventories. And I think part of that is to help us pay attention to what we've been doing for the last 5, 10, 20, 30 years. Where have you been? And in the book, the AA Big Book, Bill Wilson writes about this, and he talks about resentments and fears and sexual stuff and money. Money was a big crazy maker for him. He always wanted to be a Wall Street fat cat smoking cigars with the Rockefellers. And it never really worked out. Disappointment, failure, loss. Bill had stuff to work on. Resentments. These are basic things most people have. I still get them, and I still have them. Sometimes I don't know it's there, and then it comes back, and I realize I've been mad about this for 35 years, and that means it's time to work on it. And fear comes up. I'm more aware of fear right now than I was 10 years ago. And I've heard people say, well, you cannot have fear and faith. Oh, of course you can. Good heavens, many of us do, so you just relax. And you can have, a lot of faith and a little bit of fear, or a lot of fear and a little bit of faith. I mean, and you do the footwork, even if the fear is there. And I think part of being older, I have less energy to keep those unpleasant things down, and they surface. And I have to talk about them almost right away with someone, and then it dissipates. But do an inventory. Dr. Bob had people do a different kind of inventory. I'll talk about that in a few minutes. And then we share that with someone else. Inventory, the exact nature of our wrongs. And you can write a biography, an autobiography. You can do all kinds of things. Years ago, there was a person who made a list. It was 44 pages, single space typed. Every possible thing you could have done awful. Yes, no, how many times? Yes, no, how many times? And it was an obsessive-compulsive perfectionist who put this together, of course. And some people found it very helpful. Not me. That's how I used to go to confession when I was a kid. Did I use the F word 9 times or 10 times? I'm not sure. That kind of stuff. And it's just counting laundry lists of all these things, and it's so overwhelming, and I'm so bad and so awful. The exact nature. So write it, make some lists. Who do you hate? Well, I don't hate anybody. Maybe you should read the paper a little more. What are you afraid of? I mean, I have some things that frighten me. So other things don't frighten me at all. Sexual stuff. A lot of people get very crazy. A lot of us have been selfish. Yeah, well, let's talk about that. Feelings that were unpleasant or crazy or overwhelming or all that stuff. Most people have some material there. Disappointments and hurts and abusive situations. And money, some of us are obsessed with it, and some of us could use a little obsession with it. Then we share that with another person. And we continue waking up, and we continue waking up. This, I spent a week with Elizabeth Kubler-Ross years ago. She was a shrink and a physician. She wrote a book called On Death and Dying by Dr. Elizabeth Kubler-Ross. And every hospital chaplain and nurse in North America read that book. This is early 70s. It's still very, very good. And she talks about We all get to die, and we can talk about this, and this is what it looks like. This is not a secret. And you don't die if you do it wrong. Everybody, it's very democratic. We all get to do this. So let's talk about it and make it part of our conversation. It was a very powerful week in New Mexico. And she talked about people at the end of their life, looking back on your life and what would you change and what would you do more of. And in our group there in New Mexico, there were half a dozen or more people who were in hospice care. They were very close to dying. And their spouses or family were frequently there. And people got a chance to share and talk in public. And if the dying person was going to talk, the family had to leave. Because if the family's there, you're going to hedge your bets. You might not say some things. And if one of the family members was going to talk, the dying person had to leave. So they had the freedom to talk. You heard some remarkable things. I remember one lady, wheelchair and no hair and cancer and barely breathing, and she just said, loving is what everything's about, and I don't waste time on anything else. It's not bad. It's very good. Jesus would agree with her. I'm pretty sure of that. So we talked about a lot of it. It was very intense. We had Vietnam vets there, and we had guys with military trauma, and it was a lot happening. And then Elizabeth, who is this tall and weighed about 90 pounds, and smoked cigarettes and drank black coffee all day long. And she read us a poem, and she called it Unfinished Business. And it moved me very much. It made me do some further reflection on step 4. It's not just things I've done, but part of my inventory, are there some things I haven't gotten around to yet? What a good question. Do I have a bucket list, of things I need to do? Here's what she read, and I hope there are no errors in this one. Remember when I insisted we go to the beach, and you said, no, it's going to rain? And I absolutely insisted, and you said it's going to be a horrible day, and you didn't want to go. But I insisted, and we went, and it was a horrible day, and it rained all day. I thought you were really going to give me hell for it, but you didn't. Remember when I tried to make you jealous, and I went out with another boy? I thought, this time you're really going to drop me. But you didn't. Remember when I demanded that we go to this dance and you didn't want to go, but I demanded it? I also forgot to tell you that it was formal and you came in jeans. I thought you were going to kill me, but you didn't. I wanted to tell you all these things when you came home from Vietnam. But you didn't. But you didn't. And part of waking up is acknowledging some of those griefs and some of those aches and some of those oh if onlys. They're sacred things. Don't be ashamed of them. And sometimes we make direct amends, and sometimes it's very indirect amends. One of my friends, she was an older lady and really quite terrifying. She had lived in Europe, and she spoke languages, and she was smart and was a scientist and was an alcoholic and virtually impossible in 1,000 ways. And if you called AA at 3 a.m, she's the one who answered the phone because she stayed up all night talking with people and stuff. She was very exotic. And she lived in Sweden for a while, and she was a terrible drunk, and she had daughters. And she was a terrible mom, and she just ran away and was going to die, and instead she got sober. on the West Coast. She ran in a very high level of society in Swedish society. Her husband was a big shot. And she was in the hospital in San Francisco for something. And the old king was visiting, and he was a very modest man, biologist, looked like just grandpa. And she was there this is the grandfather of the present king, just so you're clear. She was in the hospital, and he came to visit her. And he went to the nurse's desk, and he said, "I'd like to visit Irma." And they said, "Who are you?" He said, "I'm the king of Sweden." So they thought he was a crazy person off the street, of course. But he was the king of Sweden. And Irma, if she thought the speaker was stupid, she said so out loud. She was like that. But she was very kind to me in 100 different ways. Now, she gets sober, and I don't know all the details, but her kids wanted nothing to do with her. And they were now young people, young women. One lived in Paris, one lived in Jerusalem, one in Stockholm, international women. They wanted nothing to do with mom. So what Irma did is she called up Children's Hospital in Oakland and made arrangements, and every Thursday afternoon she would go to the cancer ward at Children's Hospital, and she would read to the children there. Children's books, of course. She did it for years. She couldn't make direct amends, but she could do something. And there's a lot of ways amends can make a huge difference in people's lives. She smoked herself to death, like many have. And she didn't know there's nothing wrong with tobacco. And she died of emphysema and lung cancer. And then there was this big reception, and they asked me to preside. She was not a church person at all. And we were going to do like an AA meeting and stuff. And 2 of her 3 daughters came. Elegant. I mean, they're like European women, you know. And I talked with one of them, and Irma had a zillion friends. Also, another way of making amends, Irma sponsored a lot of young women. And at her memorial, there were a lot of young women who loved Irma. And they met her daughters, and they were flabbergasted because they were sure they would be coming to a memorial for a lonely old woman who had no friends. They did not know their mother in recovery. Five and six. Let me do one more brief thing on the 4th and 5th step. Some people will treat these as the biggest events of their life. And so they write for months, knowing that a movie's in there somewhere. And then they have these long, complicated sessions doing 5th steps. I did mine with my sponsor. It took less than an hour. I am boring and repetitive, and I do the same stupid things over and over and over again. So it didn't take a long time. Exact nature of your wrongs, you know. So say you're an obsessive person and a perfectionist, and the exact nature of your wrongs, and you're a car thief, and you broke into 5,000 cars and stole their radios, and you're an obsessive person, so you have a list of every make of car, plus driver's license of the 5,000 cars you broke into, and you think you're going to read this to your sponsor. The exact nature of your wrong is you're a thief. Give 3 interesting examples. Move on. Good Lord. And if stuff comes up later on, then you share that with someone later on. And it might just be very honest to say, I don't remember anything from 11 to 14 or 11 to 15. I don't remember anything. It might come up later. It probably will. Then share that with someone. I got a guy called me. He wanted to do a 5th step. I opened my calendar and I said, Thursday afternoon's free. And he said, afternoon? He said, I've done this by the book. And I have to do it with a priest. Well, what do you need? He said, I need 6 days. I've done this before. I know how to do it. I need 3 hours in the morning. We take a break. 3 hours in the afternoon for 6 days. Now, the complete Hamlet is about 3 hours long, and it has a lot of murders. So if you have a lot of murders, I'm willing to go 3 hours, but otherwise, no one is this interesting. I mean, good Lord. So I told him I just didn't have the time, and he told me I was a bad priest and I had a lousy program, and he was very helpful. And then I said, but I know there might be a guy in San Francisco who could listen to you, a sober priest named Jack M., who got sober when he retired from teaching. He was like 65 years old, and he got sober. He was a terror in the classroom as a drunk. He was a very nice, gentle man as a sober old man, and a lot of people did 5th step with him. So I gave him Jack M.'s phone number and hung up. And I forget everything, and then I was over in San Francisco a few weeks later, and I went to the University of San Francisco for lunch, and where's Jack M? And they said, oh, he was at St. Mary's Hospital. He had a heart attack. He fell down dead. They plugged him in. They gave him a jolt. He's in his room. So I went to his room, and I said, Jack, what a day, huh? And he said, day at a time. I'm here now. And then he paused and said, you sent me an interesting guy. And I said, what'd you do? He said, well, when he said 6 days, I told him, listen, I'm an old man. I don't have 6 days. But if you get it down to 4 pages, I'd be willing to listen. I had someone come, they went through some big intensive 4th step writing thing, and the 5th step was very intensive, and he wanted me to take notes. I'm not taking notes. But you have to do it your own way, and you'll find your own way of doing it. My sponsor, after I did my boring, repetitive thing, and some of the stuff was very humiliating and stupid, he said to me, both you and I need this program very much. And then he left, and I was thrilled to see him go. The 5th step says we admitted. It doesn't say, and then we discussed. We admitted. And then I didn't talk. I was ashamed of some of that stuff. And I saw him a couple months later at Wilshire Boulevard Temple. Rabbi Magnin had a Passover thing for clergy in the neighborhood, and I was there because I lived in the neighborhood. And I saw my sponsor, and I waved at him, and he was glad to see me. He said, I'm so glad you're alive. He didn't say, where have you been? What's wrong with you? I have self-help books for you to read. Here's the name of the therapist. He didn't do any of that. And but he said, I want to tell you something about your 5th step. And I went, oh, again, the judgment and authority figures. He said, this is the first step where you have to actually include another human being in the text. And as the other human being, I just want you to know that if you keep working a program, you're going to stay sober and have a good life. That's what I want you to know. So I found, and this was 2.5 years sober, this is someone I can trust. He's been my sponsor for 1.5 years, but I am realizing this is someone I can trust. He doesn't run away from me when I've been a jerk, nor does he give me advice when I've been a jerk. He's just glad to see me alive, which is what sobriety is. It's about being alive. The sixth step, defects of character. Seventh step, shortcomings. Fifth step, the exact nature of our wrong. So I want to get classical with you for just a moment. And this is Charles Dickens. Oops, is this going to work? Nope. 1, 2, 3, 4, boom. I like Dickens. I have slept with Charles Dickens on many occasions. You can just get into he tells a story and at times you laugh out loud, and at times you just burst into he's a storyteller. And the one, it's a short story. It's called A Christmas Carol. And it's the Scrooge stuff, you know, and any actor worth his salt wants to play Scrooge before they die. And this is what Charles Dickens has about Ebenezer Scrooge. This is editing it down a little bit. Oh, but he was a tight-fisted hand at the grindstone, Scrooge. A squeezing, wrenching, grasping, scraping, clutching, covetous old sinner. That's very nice. Now, if you were his sponsor, where would you start? You know, with any of those, that's squeezing, wrenching, grasping, scraping, clutching, covetous old sinners, hard and sharp as flint, from which no steel had ever struck out generous fire. Secret and self-contained and solitary as an oyster. Now, the next time you've been isolating and not returning phone calls and not going to meetings because you have a lot to think about, and you start going to meetings again, instead of saying, I have been isolating, you can say, I have been secret and self-contained and solitary as an oyster. And the new people will say, have you ever thought of writing? Maybe you should write, you know, because that's a great image. Keep a little oyster on your desk. The cold within him froze his old features, nipped his pointed nose, shriveled his cheek, stiffened his gait, made his eyes red, his thin lips blue, and spoke out shrewdly in his grating voice. He carried his own low temperature always about with him. I love that image. Nobody ever stopped him in the street to say, with gladsome looks, my dear Scrooge, how are you? When will you come to see me? No beggars implored him to bestow a trifle. No children asked him what time it was. No man or woman ever once in all his life inquired the way to such and such a place of Scrooge. Even the blind men's dogs appeared to know him, and when they saw him coming on, would tug their owners into doorways and up courts. But what did Scrooge care? It was the very thing he liked, to edge his way along the crowded paths of life, warning all human sympathy to keep its distance. A Merry Christmas, Uncle, God save you, cried a cheerful voice. It was the voice of Scrooge's nephew, who came upon him so quickly that this was the first intimation he had of his approach. Bah, said Scrooge, humbug. He had so heated himself with rapid walking in the fog and frost, this nephew of Scrooge's, that he was all in a glow. His face was ruddy and handsome, his eyes sparkled, and his breath smoked again. Christmas a humbug, Uncle? Said Scrooge's nephew. You don't mean that, I'm sure. I do, said Scrooge. Merry Christmas. What right have you to be merry? What reason have you to be merry? You're poor enough. Come then, returned the nephew. What right have you to be dismal? What reason have you to be morose? You're rich enough. Scrooge, having no better answer ready on the spur of the moment, said, "Bah!" and again followed it up with humbug. "Don't be cross, uncle," said the nephew. "What else can I be," returned the uncle, "when I live in a world of fools such as this? Merry Christmas! Out upon Merry Christmas! What's Christmas time to you but a time for paying bills without money? A time for finding yourself a year older but not an hour richer. If I could work my will," said Scrooge indignantly, "every idiot who goes about with Merry Christmas on his lips should be boiled with his own pudding and buried with a stake of holly through his heart." Now, Dickens, he needs a spiritual awakening. I mean, he's really quite hopeless. He's so cut off and so angry and so isolated and so lonely. And I think the end result of any good addiction is that kind of isolation and loneliness. Which is why as we begin our recovery, we have to go against the impulse to stay by ourselves and not talk to anybody. We have to reach out and make connections by going to meetings, by saying hello, by returning phone calls, by saying hello. Now, Scrooge will have a series of amazing spiritual experiences, just like rooms filling with light. Ghost of Christmas past, Christmas present, Christmas future, and he will wake up to become a totally different human being. It's a wonderful story. Perhaps we should read this at the beginning of meetings. I'm not sure of that. There's a couple of questions. Maybe I can just take these. Hopefully they're really simple with yes and no answers. I was taught in early recovery, learn how to survive the fellowship. This may be written by an introvert. You know? Because some of us are always glad to shake another dozen hands, and some of us would rather die. What has been your experience, if any, with this? Learning, changing behavior. I mentioned last night the three things we can change: our behavior, our thinking, and our attitude. Learning how to get along with very difficult and diverse people is a grace and a skill. And sometimes it's really tough. Sometimes it's just hard to put up with other people, especially if a particular group is nuts. And in small towns, I would think it would be hers. In larger cities, you can always go across the street to another meeting. But it's harder, I think, in smaller towns. It's better with internet, with Zoom, because we can go to meetings all over the world. But sometimes the fellowship is tough. It's an interesting thing in the book as it goes into the stories. This is on page 165. Personal stories, how 42 alcoholics recovered from their malady, which is a perfectly good word. It's never used. Beginning with the story of Dr. Bob, a co-founder of AA, there are here presented three groups of personal histories. Part 1, Pioneers of AA. This group of 10 stories shows that sobriety in AA can be lasting, which was a new idea. Because no one stayed sober. I mean, people relapsed all the time. They'd fall off the wagon. In the group in the 1840s and 50s, the Washingtonians. You can look it up. It's a fascinating history, very popular. It goes all over the country. Big rallies, big meetings of people who have stopped drinking. You don't have to be an alcoholic to join the Washingtonians. All kinds of people did. And they would have meetings like this, and they would have alcoholics sober for 2 weeks tell their stories. And it was, they don't have TV, right? So this is entertainment, and it's frequently horrifying. And they scare people to death, and these big Washingtonian things. And a lot of them didn't stay sober. They did not have a program of recovery. So people are a little cynical about, well, how long since your last drink? And here in the book, there are 10 stories where we've been sober for periods of time. In fact, Dr. Bob, in his story, says, as I write this, nearly 4 years have passed. And the response is, wow, 4 years. The universe is different. At the International Convention in San Antonio, Saturday night they had a thing where people with long sobriety all gathered together. They pulled names out of a hat, and 10 of them would talk. You got 3 minutes. And the cutting off point was 40 years. They had 500 people with over 40 years. My sponsor had 39. I sat next to him and felt his self-pity and disappointment, you know. So they changed it. So Atlanta, it was 50 years. And they still had over 100 people with 50 years or more. Long-term sobriety. That was not the story in those first 10 years. So that's true. So anyway, part 2. They stopped in time. 17 stories may help you decide whether you are an alcoholic. Semicolon. Also, comma, whether AA is for you. It might not be for you. You might find another way of maintaining sobriety and doing stuff. I think AA is the easier, softer way. But every so often I just get so tired of my home group. So you got to find different meetings. Ask God for help. That's my experience. Was Father Dowling Bill Wilson's sponsor? Can you talk about that relationship? There's a book, Father Edward Dowling was a Jesuit from St. Louis, and he and a pal of his read the big book in 1940, and Father Dowling, who was older than Bill, said, this sounds like Jesuit stuff to me. And so Dowling goes to New York to meet Bill Wilson in November 1940, and they begin a relationship of actually friendship, but also mentor. Dowling was older than Bill, and especially after Dr. Bob died, Dowling was someone Bill could talk to. And they have a correspondence, they write a lot of things, and Dowling was a great friend of the program. A new book is just out on Father Dowling called Father Ed. And it's a whole history of him, and he is a remarkable person, but also those early days in Alcoholics Anonymous and his relationship with Bill Wilson. He was surely his older friend, and he surely was his confidant. I don't know if it's an official sponsor thing, but Dowling was an important part. Bill could talk to Dowling. Now, if you run in some Catholic circles, and some anti-Catholic circles, they'll say that the Jesuits were involved in writing the 12 steps. Not true. Not true. They were written before Bill met his first Jesuit. But when Father Dowling read the 12 steps, it says, this sounds like Ignatius Loyola. Because it's full of tell the truth, be grateful, and be of service. That's the parallel. They're parallel. They're not the same, but they're very parallel. Father Dowling. He's buried in St. Louis. I have visited his grave. Hi. When the book says they have recovered, what is it that they have recovered? Is that it? Yeah. Sanity and soundness of mind or something else. Maybe you recover yourself, your identity, your humor, your life, not necessarily your job or your family. Especially if you've been sick for a very long time, it's hard to bounce back. But to be recovered as myself and to be recovering. Question: where did you get that cool spiral big book? Paula, raise your hand. Paula gave this to me to use this weekend because I very cleverly left mine in Oakland. Please give me your thoughts on self-sponsorship. I'm doing it and it ain't going well. Asking for a friend, yeah. By the way, just another thing, how to survive the fellowship. I heard this at a meeting. I mentioned this to Wes last night. He didn't laugh. If you can stay sober in AA, you can stay sober anywhere. I heard that at a meeting. You didn't laugh either. I thought it was hilarious. Self-sponsorship. Most of us need someone to check in with. And sponsorship. I don't think a sponsor is a guru, and I don't think a sponsor is a dictator. And there are many different ways people sponsor people. Some sponsors have lots of rules and regulations. That really doesn't work for me. I want to shoot them and then shoot me, so it's not good. But I like having someone to be accountable to. With Terry, I bet you I talked to him every week. He was 7 hours south of me. And I would travel to LA and spend time with him. And just to check in and occasionally have an important conversation. That was good. I went through a period where, boy, I felt like I had no skin on. 4 or 5 years sober. No, I mean 6, 7, 8 years sober. And there was a guy in Berkeley named Julian Boyd, and Julian was a golden human being. He was a professor at Cal Berkeley, taught linguistics. And Julian went to a meeting every day because if he didn't, he thought they'd lock him up in the crazy bin. And Julian was, I asked Julian for about 3 months if I could just always sit next to him at meetings. Because Terry was 7 hours. I needed someone right there that felt safe. And I didn't have a lot of deep conversation with Julian. Occasionally we did, but he was a very safe person. And my idea of a sponsor is like a favorite uncle or aunt or a favorite older brother or sister who looks out for you. A safe person. Not necessarily someone who's the fount of wisdom. I have some people who call me every week. And some every so often. And one person calls every day. And I basically say, remember to have lunch and get some sleep. That's because he forgets. Sponsorship. When I'm all by the Lone Ranger is not usually a very happy person. But look around for a sponsor. What a sponsor shares is experience, strength, and hope. Some are very strong personalities, some aren't. Some listen real well, some don't. I like someone who listens. And like I say, I do sponsor a couple of people, and they keep me posted. Every so often, I'm caught by surprise. What? How long have you been married? Really, you should have mentioned that. So there. I think those are all the questions. I think so. Anyway. A little bit more on defects of character, and then one more page I want to hand out to you that I think is really helpful. And then we can take a break. So this is Again, that guy from Chicago and the 6 steps. Let me see. I like, by the way, the stories in the book. Some people stop at page 164. I really like the stories in the book. I find them helpful. I also read other literature. I read the 12 and 12, and I read pamphlets. I find them helpful. And the Jesuit rule of thumb in any of this stuff is, if something's helpful, use it. If it's not helpful, don't worry about it. So I have to find things that are helpful. So this guy, so they're the 6 steps. Dr. Bob led me through all these steps. At the moral inventory, this is on page 263 in the book. At the moral inventory, he brought up several of my bad personality traits or character defects. So it's this guy's inventory, but Dr. Bob's doing the talking. Do you find that interesting? I do. And I think this is what happens, Psychology 101. If I see something in you, there's a chance it's gone on inside of me. I recognize it. If I see something in you and it bothers me, there's a real good chance it's gone on inside of me. I have a fellow he emails me every day, not a phone call, an email. And sometimes the email is, I was just at a meeting and it was full of the most arrogant people in the world and I walked out. I go, send. I talked, leading a group of women, as a matter of fact, in Los Angeles at a retreat, weekend retreat, and this person came up and she was furious. And she said to me, "You are so arrogant." This is not a secret. I'm a white male, I'm a college graduate, I'm a Catholic priest. Mm-hmm. But her anger, she stomped out. She didn't stay. I think I was her mirror, and it just drove her crazy. Yeah. He brought up several of my bad spirits. So I think what these are Dr. Bob's. Now, Bill talks about resentments, fears, sexual stuff, money. He brought up several of my bad personality traits, such as selfishness, conceit, jealousy, carelessness, intolerance, ill temper, sarcasm, and resentments. I wish there were 12 of them, you know? I think it's 9 or 10. Selfishness, conceit, jealousy, carelessness, intolerance, ill temper, sarcasm, and resentments. I read these when I was 20 years sober. I took some time off to go and spend a week doing nothing at a monastery in New Mexico, Benedictine place in Abiquiu, and I was reading the book slowly, and when I read this, I was convicted. These are mine. The intolerance, all my prejudices, and I've got them. And we don't talk about some of this in public because it is so sensitive, but some of us might have racial stuff in North America. Just saying, I sure do. And I remember as a kid, if you looked differently than me, I was not friendly. I wanted nothing to do with you. Of course, I didn't have anything to do with people who looked differently from me anyway. But as an adult, I had to take a look at a lot of my cultural, ethnic, and religious prejudices and racial prejudices and realize that these are spiritual cancers for me. I have to, God, help, remove. And most of the time, I'm not bothered with it, but every so often, an old prejudice comes up like a bit of vomit. It's just, oh, God. and I've got to watch it. With all of these, as I think they aren't erased, they're removed. And I get a daily reprieve from the worst of my crazy. If I am in fit spiritual condition, I get a daily reprieve from the worst of my crazy. But I've got crazy. So I keep an eye on that. And the other ones, jealousy and ill temper. I mean, sometimes I'm just cranky all day. Sarcasm. Not that. I'm fine with that. We went over these at great length, and then finally he asked me if I wanted these defects of character removed, not erased, removed. When I said yes, we both knelt at his desk and prayed, each of us asking to have these defects taken away. That's pretty powerful. To be kneeling with Dr. Bob in Akron, Ohio. Whoa! I mean, that's almost the burning bush in Moses. That's a very good thing. Turn the page. A few months after I made my original trip to Akron, I was feeling pretty cocky. And I didn't think my wife was treating me with proper respect. Now that I was an outstanding citizen. So I set out to get drunk deliberately just to teach her what she was missing. This is an alcoholic, And then he had to get sober again. That was my only slip. It taught me a valuable lesson. Summer 1938, and he knows he has to keep an inventory on a daily basis or he's in trouble. Piece of paper. Let me find this one right here. Are you here? You are here. This is one of my very favorites. And it's going to take 10 minutes, I guess. Now, where are those bright young people who were so useful earlier today? Come on, bright young people. There you go, bright young people. Service keeps you sober. There we go, those. And here's a few more. There we go. So this is from a book that I have read several times, and it's called Simply Sane, The Spirituality of Mental Health. The author is a physician named Gerald May, M-A-Y. And he wrote a book called Addiction and Grace, which was a very hot book for a while. And I don't know if he's in the program, but he surely loves the program. And with Addiction and Grace, I was given a copy, and I hated the first chapter, and I hated the first chapter, and I hated the first chapter. And I mentioned that I hated the first chapter, and one of my friends said, skip the first chapter. So I did. And I like the rest of the book a lot. Gerald May. This he writes in 1976, the year I get sober, and it's some reflections on getting well. And he says a couple of things. Now, this is as a doctor talking about, what are we restored to? What are we restored to? He believes that self-acceptance is freedom. Self-acceptance is freedom. If you can live with the way you're wired, you can have a pretty good life. If you hate the way you're wired, or if you try to rewire yourself into someone different, you will be miserable every day. I think there's a lot of truth there. Self-acceptance is freedom. When will my alcoholism go away? It's not gonna. I need to keep an eye on it. It's always there. And there's a series of other things that are always there, and I need to keep an eye on. Do we have everyone got a copy? Oh, good, oh, good, oh, good. I just need one more for me. Notice I gave them all away because I'm such a generous Al-Anon. Thank you. You too, huh? There we go. I spot you. There we are. Anyone else need one? Yeah. Here, right here. Right, you were overlooked. Perhaps because of your humility, Bruce. It's very possible. So, simply saying the spirituality been held by Gerald May, MD, 1976. He had a brother named Rollo May who was a philosopher who taught at Berkeley. And I had dinner with him once. I mean, I was on the next table, but we had dinner together once. And in his book, he talks about for some peace of mind. A lot of it, we have self-loathing, we have shame. If only I were different, if only I were better, if only I didn't do that, if only I did that. The regrets, I have a few. The Frank Sinatra song, I did it my way. He's a jerk. The song is for a jerk. So I look at me, and there are so many things that are out of balance, that are off kilter. So he says, for some peace of mind, number one, accept your craziness completely. Your goofy thoughts and your funny attitudes and your, odd little habits. Accept your craziness completely. You're always going to be late. 2, accept your dissatisfaction with being crazy. I should be so much better. Completely. Yeah, that's right. I've been 20 years sober. I should be so much, but yeah, you should. Yeah, and we know that. Just relax. Number 3, accept your attempts to do something about it. Completely. I'm going to join the gym, and I'm taking a language course, and I've joined 5 new programs. That's right. That's you. We understand. Number 4, accept your inability to accept whatever you cannot accept. Completely. I find that very helpful. And then he writes about prayer, and we'll take a break and we'll talk about that in our next session. But on prayer, he says, if you do pray, number 1, pray. Do it. 2, do the best you can. 3, accept the whole situation. And 4, watch with awe. Pay attention. Watch with awe. If you don't pray, and a lot of people don't, do the best you can. Accept the whole situation. Watch with awe. If you can't pray, and sometimes you're too busy or you're too mad. My friend Patricia shot herself in 1994 on a relapse, and I was her sponsor, and I'm still not over Patricia's suicide. But it was I couldn't pray for about 18 months. I was just, I had things I had to do, but that connect. If you can't pray, do the best you can, accept the whole situation, watch with awe, be still and listen, which is a lot of it. The being still, the listening, the watching, the paying attention. And then he writes on waiting. Practice the deep, quiet art of waiting. And that's for you impatient people who are behind, Everyone else is already married and divorced, and I haven't even started dating. That's right. You just wait. In making decisions, if a decision seems right, follow it. But if nothing seems right, wait. Wait for rightness. If there is not time to wait, move ahead to do whatever is the best you can do, then wait. And in living, do not rush your sanity. Do the best you can. Then wait. I read his book every 10 years. It's slow reading. It's not a fast reading book. Oh, let's take a break. If you, I've met him. I've read him. He's okay.
Hey, everybody, we're going to do the raffle. So if everybody could quiet down a little bit. Oh, not yet. Oh, up here. Can you hear me better? More? Hello, everybody. We're going to do the raffle here. Thank you, everybody who bought raffle tickets. We made $464 on the raffles. So one lucky person's going to get $232. I have my lovely assistant, Terry, who's going to draw the number, or draw for me, and then I'll read it. All right. 102-7491. You got to be here to win, so. Did you win? Oh, sorry. Yay. All right. Excellent. I can bring it back to you, right? Yes. Oh, no, 4791. No, hold on. 102-7491. All right. Thank you, everybody.
Oh, let's talk for a little bit more. I know this is a long day, and if you're tired and cranky, it's not my fault. Couple more questions, and then I want to do a little bit on traditions. This person, thank you for talking about shame. It opens the door to breathe for me. Lots of us have, a good dose of shame and a good dose of self-loathing and a good dose of embarrassment. Lots of us do. And I think it's not talked about because if it's talked about, you're doing something wrong, right? Oh, you shouldn't have shame. I've earned my shame. Back off. And what about guilt? I get to deal with my stuff, but it's every so often I'll wake up with a belly full of shame or self-loathing. Man, well, I know I don't want to stay in bed. Get up, get moving, shower, get downstairs, get outside, get moving, and it passes. I don't think if I wake up with a belly full of shame, I need 12 years of therapy or electric shock treatment. It passes. But I think lots of us have it. And so relax. It's like racism. Lots of us have it. So hello, and we can talk about this without having to over-explain ourselves. Or, I'm so afraid. Oh, you shouldn't be afraid. I get to be afraid. I live on the San Andreas Fault. Back off. And there's things. But usually it's very mild and it passes. Emotions come and emotions go. And for those of us who are shut down, because it's safer to be shut down, you don't have ambiguity or paradox or feelings, or you don't feel off-center because you feel nothing. When we start feeling, it's learning a new language, and it can be very awkward for a long period of time. And I guess I'm sober 10 or 15 years when I started noticing that sometimes I felt awkward. Now, I'll drink over that. I can handle the big things, but I don't want to feel awkward. I don't want to feel dumb. I don't want to feel clueless. I don't want to feel embarrassed. Happens a lot. And I usually distract myself from it right away because I want to avoid any of those unpleasant things. It's like I really didn't know how afraid I was, because as soon as I feel fear, I get mad. So I was aware of mad, but I like sober, year 2, year 3, going back to the classroom, I'm afraid of my students. I've been teaching for years. How can this be? But it sure was. Question, did you get sober the first time? Or is relapse part of your story? I got sober the first time. I had no fight left in me. I was not, I guess I had no, when I was intervened on by the boss, and I was told I was going to go to treatment and I could try AA too, I felt relief. I was 29. I felt relief because finally something was going to get done. I was trying to fix me and it wasn't working. So there was some relief. Of course, embarrassment and some shame. And then a little bit later I got mad. But I'd been mad for years. I just suddenly had someone to focus it, on, namely the fools. And there are so many. You don't even have to look very far. They're always there. I'm in Al-Anon. Will you share your thoughts on women sponsoring men and vice versa? And is there a difference in the two programs? Well, there's lots of differences. I think Al-Anon, because there are so many women and so few men, they would say people sponsor people. People sponsor people. And I know, like in some meetings in the Southwest, there's the next man was 1,000 miles away, so people sponsor people. I've sponsored women along. Some people I haven't gotten along with, some people I have. I sponsored a witch once who was very serious about all the witchy stuff, and I just never could take her seriously. And so it didn't last. I mean, we were not able to communicate. I think with sponsor, you don't want to play the sex games because that makes everyone worse. And you don't want to go into business together. And you don't want to loan each other money. All of those, because it just gets messy. It muddies the waters. But I sponsor some women. I sponsor some men. Most of the people I sponsor have been around for a while. I travel a lot, and I'm just not good if you need me in an emergency because I'm out of town. Clancy died in 2021, I guess. And Clancy was a big figure in the AA world. He died of COVID. You might not know that. Clancy died of COVID. So do you know anyone who died of COVID? Yes, it's Clancy. And his daughter, Mary, who I've known for years, she's also in recovery. She went to identify the body, and she walked into the room, and everyone's wearing hazmat suits. And she said, "What am I supposed to know?" And they said, "You're in quarantine for 2 weeks. That's what you're learning." So that happened. And I have picked up several of Clancy's sponsees, and we're very different in the way we do things. He had many more rules and regulations, but they call every week, and I'm happy to talk to them, and I share my experience. And usually I encourage people to go to meetings and get enough sleep. That's my current solution. I think I need to do another 4th step. I think you need to get more sleep. So women and men's, but it's easy to play power games, I mean, a lot, especially for those of us who are manipulative and manipulating. So watch that. Don't do that. I tried, occasionally I sponsor someone, I mentioned the witch. It just doesn't work out for 100 different reasons. And then you say, "I'm so glad to have had these conversations, and you should find someone to talk to who you can talk to, not me." There's one person would call it 10 o'clock at night and always wanted to talk about her day. And she has a husband in the next room. And I thought I had a good enough Al-Anon program to handle this. And I did not have a good enough Al-Anon program to handle this. Made me crazy. How do you be more welcoming to newcomers and less selfish? Well, I presume selfish. You know, I'm selfish. I wake up selfish. This is a line, it's a Spanish language poem by Antonio Machado. I don't know the Spanish, I wish I did. But the English is, any movement forward, even a little, is like Jesus walking on the water. So you're not going to be the perfect welcoming person. But you can say hello. Any movement forward, even a little, is like Jesus walking on the water. And Antonio Machado is the name. I need to remember that when I have disappointed myself again for being a jerk, or being very selfish, or responding with fear, you know, rather than... and let me also say this. I do not love unconditionally. I'm happy if you do. But I don't. When I've slept well and I've been to meetings and I've been working in the yard and I've done some good reading and I've been to 10 meetings in a row, life's good. I can handle a lot of things. But sometimes I'm just the last person you want to talk to. Just so you know. In fact, one day you find this out by doing. People who call late at night, or you're busy and there's an answering machine and you come in and there's 12 beep beep, and so you listen to all those. I have nothing to say to people at 10 o'clock at night. I'm totally used up. I have no faith, hope, or charity left. And I'm hoping to get to bed and sleep and wake up tomorrow morning with another chance. But I have run out of all options by 10 p.m. I used to call people, and I was sharp and snarky with them. Snark, that, well, grow up, it's time, is not a helpful thing to say to people. How does your wife stand you? I almost said that once to someone. There. Urchins, they're written about in the first edition, or the preface to the first edition. In this, it's on Roman numeral 13. We are not an organization in the conventional sense of the word. There are no fees or dues whatsoever. The only requirement for membership is an honest desire to stop drinking. Now, they had a big conversation about that. And they dropped the word honest. That does not mean honesty is dropped as a requirement for the program. But they dropped the word honest because they discovered you do not need an honest desire to stop drinking. A sleazy desire to stop drinking might be enough to save your life. You know, yeah, 2% desire, you're here because everyone's angry at you, and the judge, and some people, they get sober. It's really amazing. A desire to stop drinking. We are not allied with any particular faith, sect, or denomination, nor do we oppose anyone. We simply wish to be helpful to those who are afflicted. That's 1939. And then Bill, all kinds of people write Bill W., and they have all kinds of complaints and arguments. And he works on developing the traditions so that we can survive his death and the death of Dr. Bob. And like when the founders die, what do you do then? You know? Like after Mother Teresa dies, what happens to her sisters? That's a good question. So 12 traditions. There's long and short forms. Our common welfare should come first. Personal recovery depends upon AA unity. What I just like to say about that is that if you're a real alcoholic or drug addict or sociopath, you have not thought about the common welfare for 10 seconds in your whole life. It's a foreign concept. What you've thought about is yourself. And if I get it my way, everyone's happy. See? Common welfare means at some point you're going to be inconvenienced. The common welfare. It's to include as many as possible. Boy, that's rough. We're having a terrible time doing that in these United States. Common welfare. You mean I have to be involved in a give and take with people I don't like? So this is long, and I don't know what your history here on the smoking wars, but perhaps it's long enough ago that we can talk about it calmly. So 1980s, and the Surgeon General's report comes out, and secondhand smoke, and all those other things. and people just smoke like mad at meetings. And if you said, these 2 rows are for non-smoking, okay? And then everyone else has cigars, and we're happy, right? And they would say, you know, we have to smoke because newcomers have to smoke. What about the newcomers who don't smoke? Well, we never see them. Really? The common welfare. So here it is at Tuesday night meeting. We have our 2 non-smoking rows, and we would like to turn this into a non-smoking meeting. And there's 10 people at the meeting when we make that announcement. The next week, 800 people are at that meeting with cigars. And they will fight to the death their right to smoke at meetings, their constitutional right to smoke. And it's right there next to, you know, the Second Amendment. So what we did in Oakland at Central Office is we decided rather than fighting with another meeting that's already going, we'll start a non-smoking meeting. And then it's, you know, we have no fight. So I don't want it at the same time as any other meetings. We're going to use the same space. The smoking meeting is at 8:15. We'll have a 6:30 meeting to 7:30. And then we'll be out of there by the time the next meeting comes in. And I went to Central Office and I asked if we could have a non-smoking meeting. And the response was by Burl, who I loved. She was just a wonderful secretary for Central Office for years. I said, we don't want a non-smoking meeting, Burl. And she said, we don't have non-smoking meetings. We'd like to start a non-smoking meeting. And it could not enter her brain. This was like seeing someone use a shot glass. I mean, this is just impossible. But anyway, we decided start, so we had it. And at our first meeting, we had 40 people. Some of whom were smokers, but they didn't smoke during the meeting. They smoked before and after. So anyway, it took a while to realize that the common welfare is that people can breathe. Who knew? That people can breathe is the common welfare. And you saw people pulling out dictionaries. What? I don't understand any of these words. And there are other things, the common welfare. We do it this way, we do it that way. Common welfare. It's a brand new discussion for a lot of us to have. And as I said before, if you're involved in the common welfare, there's give and take, and at some point you will be inconvenienced. Can I be inconvenienced and still live is a pretty good question. 2. This is the short form. For our group purpose, there is but one ultimate authority, a loving God, as he may express himself in our group conscience. Our leaders are but trusted servants. They do not govern. Now that our leaders are but trusted servants, they do not govern, is not in the long form. Isn't that hilarious? So why is it in the short form? So we'll read it a lot. Because people read the short form. And they want us to hear our leaders are but trusted servants, they do not govern. We do not do acts of governance here. 3, conscience. This might be a new word to some of us also, conscience. A group conscience, a sense of right or wrong. And when you're drinking and using or behaving badly and in selfish ways for a long period of time, you might not be very connected with your sense of right or wrong, other than shame, of course. But right and wrong. My conscience is not the voice that says, Tom, you're doing great. That's not my conscience. 3 in the morning, suddenly awake. Because you did it again. You did something or said something or pulled something the day before, and it's just that bad taste in the mouth. And that means you have a conscience. If you've never had that experience, it's kind of interesting, don't you think? Conscience. A sense of right or wrong. Bill writes about this. This is a racial thing. This is a program thing. In the 1940s, the island of Manhattan was all white. There were no black people in Manhattan. And this black guy shows up to the Alano Club, the club, and people were upset. In St. Louis, the Alano Club was segregated because Missouri was a segregated state. Bill meets a couple of black guys out of prison, and he wants them to join the meeting, and the white male membership votes them down. We don't want them. Now, Bill's nobody's fool. So he went to each one of these guys and talked to them and said, so you're willing to watch him die, are you? You're willing to watch him die? I didn't say it. Yes, you did say that. And Bill shamed them. Well, they can come, but they can't talk. They're going to talk. But, how do you group conscience? The only requirement for AA membership is a desire to stop drinking. The Al-Anon, where are we? Come on, cute little Al-Anon book. Fifth tradition. Each Al-Anon family group has but one purpose: to help families of alcoholics. We do this by practicing the 12 steps of AA ourselves, by encouraging and understanding our alcoholic relatives, and by welcoming and giving comfort to families of alcoholics. Practicing, encouraging, understanding, welcoming, giving comfort. In the 12 and 12, Bill writes about step 3. It's absolutely fascinating. Where are you? Hold on. Boom, boom. Oh. He writes about they were afraid of relapse, and people kept relapsing, and people weren't staying sober, and so they started building membership rules to protect the group. And in the 40s, Bill asked all the groups to send in their membership rules. He said they were a mile long. We won't let these people in, not those people in, because they were just so full of fear. And there was a problem in Cleveland. This guy comes in, it's talked about in the 12 and 12, and he says, yeah, I'm an alcoholic, but I have more problems than that, and you might not want me in your group. And he said, here's my problem. And then the guy, is shocked, and he goes to the other people, and they talk about it, and they're just horrified by what they've heard. And they said, no, but they had a big discussion. And after a discussion, what came out was, we're basing a decision on fear. We're afraid of this guy. We're afraid of what people will say if they see him having coffee with us. And then, remember, these are Oxford group Christian people. What would Jesus do? And the guy was let in. Now, it doesn't even say what the problem was. It was a gay man in Cleveland, Ohio in 1938. Who knew? I mean, Marty Mann, one of the first women to get sober, was a lesbian, but you couldn't say that until 2 weeks ago, or people's heads would explode, Yeah, it's... There's a biography out on her by Sally Brown called Mrs. Marty Mann, First Lady of Alcoholics Anonymous. It's a wonderful biography, and you'll learn a lot about the early program and those days. Marty and Bill got along just fine because there was no unky-bunky. She wasn't interested, and Bill wasn't interested, and they got along really well. When she was a young girl, she had tuberculosis. And they had her locked in bed for a year, and she was just this young high school kid, and she suffered a lot, and she hated, and TB was social stigma. Disgusting people have it, dirty people get it, people who are lower developed genetically get it. And so they wouldn't even tell her what was wrong, but her family was very wealthy. From Chicago, they bought a house in Pasadena, clean air, good food, in bed for a year, and she hated that, kept on getting up and running around, and her doctor finally had to say, Marty, you have TB. You have to stay in bed for a year. And then she gets well, and she drinks a little and does crazy things and ends up with a therapist, and she meets Bill, and she has a hard time getting sober. Her story's in the big book. It's called Women Suffer Too. She spoke at the International Convention in New Orleans in 1980. I didn't know who she was. I didn't go. But she was there Saturday night. She waved at everybody, and Lois Wilson waved at everybody. They were on the podium stage. And that was in July. She died in October, I think. She had her brain blew up. Her partner of many years was also in the program and had Alzheimer's. So their last years weren't easy. Marty wrote the primer on alcoholism. She founded the National Council on Alcoholism. She's a major player. There's another woman who was big in central office, and I'm blocking on her name. She was a big figure. She answered hundreds of letters coming into New York. She relapsed, and they erased her. And a new biography is coming out on her this year. Pay attention to it. Again, this will come out, like Father Ed's biography on Ed Dowling. You'll learn a lot about the program by looking at Marty Mann and these other people. Marty did not like Dr. Bob. She thought he was a stuffed shirt. How's that? No one's ever said anything bad about Dr. Bob. Marty Mann did. And she liked Dr. Bob's wife very much, but she didn't care for Dr. Bob. I find it's kind of fun. Oh, and then the other guy was an atheist. Well, you can't let atheists in. Why not? Because of 100 good reasons. There's no good reasons. Do you have a desire to stop drinking? We're glad to see you. We have Cal Berkeley is right there, and this is pre-COVID. But at the Tuesday night meeting where we had a lot of people show up, we started having French-speaking Africans coming to meetings. They were in grad school at Cal, and they would say, "My name is Mohammed, I am alcoholic." And what do we do now? Ibrahim, alcoholic. And I saw Jewish members in the group go and give them their phone numbers and said, "Call me, my wife speaks perfect French." Exactly. See, that makes me hopeful. That makes me hopeful. Each group should be autonomous. Each group has but one primary purpose. Now, here's the thing on the long form, steps 6 and 7. It's a literary device. It's used sometimes in lots of literary things. It happens in the New Testament. Stories are told, and stories are told, and you'll have, they were going to Jericho on the 3rd day of the month, and then they tell a story, and they end the section by saying, "And that happened on the 3rd day of the month on the way to Jericho." And you know it's a whole section. It's a unity. It's an entirety. You're to take everything in there as one, the beginning and the middle or end. This is the beginning of Styx. Problems of money, property, and authority may easily divert us from our primary spiritual aim. We think, therefore, that any considerable property or genuine use to AA should be separately incorporated, and they talk about all that stuff, that businessy, practical stuff of property and buying and selling, and management and facilities and medically supervised. An AA group can bind itself to no one. Then 7, the AA groups themselves ought to be fully self-supporting, and then they talk about that. And then they end tradition 7 by saying, experience has often warned us that nothing can so surely destroy our spiritual heritage as futile disputes over property, money, and authority. Starts with 6, ends with 7, boom, they're to be taken together. Because property, money, and authority make us crazy. The long history of my church, when it's been at its craziest, it's over money, property, and authority. Needs for reformation and change and reforming stuff. I mean, 1,000 years ago, Francis of Assisi took a look at nothing but chaos and corruption in Western Europe, and he said, God said, you have to fix this. How? 10, Alcoholics Anonymous has no opinion on outside issues. Hence, the AA name ought never be drawn into public controversy. And in the long form, it says particularly issues of politics, alcohol reform, or sectarian religion. We don't agree on any of those things. And what you want, it's so easy to start a fight. We want to focus on the things that bring us together. Politics, we don't agree on. Alcohol reform, Prohibition was a living memory for most of these people. 1920 to 1933. Bill and Bob are drunk for all of Prohibition. I find that very patriotic somehow. And it was cutthroat politics. Are you wet or are you dry? Do you vote wet or do you vote dry? The Anti-Saloon League, which got going in the middle 19-teens, was as powerful that day as the National Rifle Association is today. And they made you or they broke you, depending on whether you cooperated with them. Terrible, terrible. It's fascinating to read about that stuff. So anyway, it gets repealed. You can read about that. And the New Deal comes in, and the first piece of legislation passed by the New Deal Congress, because the banks are disappearing, there's financial chaos, is reform of the banks. There is a big New Deal #1 reform of the banks thing is signed into law by Mr. Roosevelt. What is bill #2? Legalizing beer. It was that important. And Roosevelt says, as he signs it into law, this is the first time in the history of the Republic that the passage of a tax has been met with cheers from coast to coast. 1933. And religious stuff. We get religious and we're anti-religious, and I just converted to a church and I want everyone to join me and I believe in this and I want you all to believe. Crazy making. So we try to stay away from that. I visited Poland in the early 80s. I was in Stockholm working for the summer. I had a couple of weeks that I didn't have to get back home. One of my friends came over and we were going to go to Poland. Why not? It's Eastern Europe. The communists are running it. Let's go see. We can take a bus from Stockholm on a ferry and go to Poznan, Krakow, Warsaw. Fascinating stuff, 10 days. We had a couple of sober Polish people showed up in Stockholm at the meeting we were attending, an English meeting because they didn't speak any Swedish. And so we got some names and phone numbers, and people knew we were coming into town on this boat or this train at this time. We were met at the train station or the bus station by people in recovery, and they would have a big Polish-English dictionary and a big book. Here we are. So in Krakow, it was one sober alcoholic and his completely exhausted Al-Anon wife. They were the only people in recovery in Krakow. He will later die of the disease. They treated us very nicely and enthusiastically. But we get to Warsaw, and we're staying with sober people. And the guy we're staying with, his name was Adam, and his wife, and he was sober 5 or 6 years. And he had been a very active member of the Solidarity Trade Union. Lech Walesa, Solidarity, workers, trade, and they had a strike, and a whole bunch of the workers, the strikers, the Solidarity people were thrown in jail, away from their families, and they were there for months and months and months. And then finally the government changed and the world developed and everything is different. So we're staying with Adam and we're talking about a lot of things. And you know, how does AA get to Poland? Well, a Polish guy got sober. And he wrote home, I'm sober, and there's 12 steps, and there's a program, and you don't have to live like this, and you can do it differently. And they started writing things in Polish and sending them over, and meetings start. People start getting sober. It's quite remarkable. And it's being done by samizdat. You do it kind of on the sly, hidden books, printed and passed around and passed around. And there's now lots of meetings, and it's a police state, and the communists are running everything. And if you have a meeting, you have to hand in a list of members. Who's going to be there? We'd like to know. So they developed a thing where they had their real name, like Tom, but their recovery name was George. You don't have to give your own name, you just need to give a name, see? So the lady I met in Al-Anon, she said, my name is Olga, but my Al-Anon name is Anna. So that's what she signs on the list. So there we are, and there was a monthly magazine that came out for party members. And alcoholism is epidemic in Eastern Europe. The Russians, terrible drunks. President Boris Yeltsin, a falling down drunk. And by the time he reached power, there was nothing left of him. There had been a very vibrant person as a younger man, and alcohol took all that away from him. He was not a very effective president, Mr. Yeltsin. Anyway, they ran an article in the Communist Party monthly magazine about Alcoholics Anonymous. with 12 steps, and the first drink gets you drunk, and easy does it, and make a call and go to a meeting. And then they listed phone numbers, not with your real name, with your recovery name. Call Anna, call George, call Fred. And then that went out, and all kinds of people read it. And we were staying with Adam, who had spent time in prison. And Adam said he got a phone call from a high-ranking member of the military government. And this person said, I'm a drunk and I can't stop drinking, I need help. And Adam and another guy went to make a 12-step call on this man. And they found out that Adam was making a 12-step call on the man who sent him to prison. Outside issues stay outside issues. And Adam was that man's sponsor. We could learn some things from hearing about the experience of other countries. And I've got to watch that. At meetings, I want to focus on recovery, and I want to focus on the program, and any of my obsessions or weirdness really don't belong in the meeting. And then anonymity. I'm winding down. Here's a couple more things. I brought with me, in addition to those bumper stickers, I was at a meeting in Alaska with a guy named Chris. Chris loves meetings and dragged me along to them. I wanted to stay in bed, but we go to a meeting. And we went to a meeting somewhere, Sitka, and they said, visitors, newcomers, birthdays. And then they said, is anyone just having a bad day? And some people were, and they were given little pink clouds. And I said, where do you get those? Well, there's a guy in Canada. There's little pink clouds, so I got some. And I think they also, at another meeting, they had resentment chips. If you were holding on to a resentment, you got to pick up a chip. Is that possible? I'm not sure. Anyway, I have some little pink clouds, and I'll leave them out here if you know of anyone who might need some cheering up. 2 more questions. What's your take on people who read from the Bible, Quran, or other religious books in the rooms of AA? Well, if it's private, it's okay. It's a little creepy, but it's okay. If they're quoting from it, I think it's an outside issue. I don't want to be, because people preach, and they want to recruit, and it's inappropriate. You want to keep it nice and big and vague, however the higher power stuff is. And religious stuff causes wars. Now, lots of stuff but they sure do. And I want to be cautious on that. I tend to wake at 3 or 3:30 a.m., and most of the time old disturbing memories come up, and much of the time I get anxious. Very hard to get back to sleep. I know a bunch of people who do that. One of the guys in my house does. He prays. He calls it the 3 a.m. club. And he has a list of people he prays for. And he does that rather than lie and stare at the ceiling. And it's 3 o'clock or 3:30 in the morning, a lot for him. I know a couple of people in Seattle who also have that experience, and they turn it into an 11th step situation. Sometimes I wake up and I don't handle all that well. Sometimes I sleep well, sometimes I don't. But sleep. When I got sober, people said, no one ever died from lack of sleep. I don't think that's true. Lack of sleep is torture. The Japanese did it to us, and we did it to people in Guantanamo. And that not being able to sleep, it can just be a big deal. There are medical people that can deal with this. Sometimes I sleep well and sometimes I don't sleep well. I don't worry about it most of the time, but every so often I think, oh, I should be asleep, and it's miserable. So I get up and milk helps and British murder mysteries. There are other things to talk about, but I think I'm done. I think I have reached the end of my brain and energy. I'm glad to have been here. If anything is helpful, please use it, and if it's not helpful, don't worry about it. I get to travel and I get to do recovery things. If you're an Al-Anon person, you might want to know that the International Al-Anon Convention is in Albuquerque, New Mexico this year, the end of June, early July. And if you go to Al-Anon International World, whatever, you can sign up for the International Convention in Albuquerque. And it's 4,000 or 5,000 people usually. That's how many were in Baltimore. And it's lovely. And Albuquerque is a good town. And then if you go to the International Al-Anon Convention, you're an A-list Al-Anon person, and everyone in your home group will treat you with more respect. And, and honors, of course. You'll get the special seat. Yeah. But I'm going to go. I think I like the international conferences. AA is in 2025 in Vancouver, BC, and I'm going to go to that too. And I find that it's 30 or 40 or 70,000 people. It's very inconvenient. And you're in line a lot, but it's quite wonderful. You see all these peeps wandering around not drinking, and it's fun. It's fun, and you need to have fun. I mentioned this last night. Let me end with it today, and it's just on the serenity prayer, things you can change and things you can't change. And I heard this at a meeting in Texas. Men's Recovery Retreat in Lake Dallas, Jesuit Retreat House, and I was there. And they had a meeting Saturday night, and I just kind of sat there and listened to it. And this guy, I don't know him. He was a middle-aged white guy, and in my memory, he's wearing a big cowboy hat, but we're in Texas, so it could just be Texas. And they knew him well, and he had a lot to say. He was really very impressive, and he talked about the serenity prayer, and he said, in making decisions, we need some serenity. You don't want to make decisions when you're upset. That's not a good time. You don't want to make decisions when you're real frightened or, out of balance. Those are bad times to make decisions. So give me some serenity, and then there are things I can change and there are things I can't change. And he said, here are 3 things I can change. I cannot change. I cannot change the past. I cannot change the truth. And I cannot change you. Loving someone does not change them. It changes me. And hating someone does not change them. It changes me. And if you have alcoholism or addiction in the family, you really know how powerless you are, especially if you're mom, dad, or grandma, or grandpa. There's nothing you can do for your own family. It's not fair. You can help someone else's kids, but your own have hurt you enough. It's not fair. What can I change? I can change my thinking, I can change my behavior, and I can change my attitudes. And that takes time. Trust the slow work of God. Changing thinking, getting a new idea in, appreciating a different point of view, letting go of an old argument. Changing my thinking, changing my behavior. The first bit of recovery behavior I did, other than not drink and go to meetings, which are big changes, is I started using a seatbelt for self-care. It's before it was the law. And I heard someone talk, and there were 1,000 drunk driving fatalities on the West Coast over a period of time. And of those 1,000 drunk driving fatalities, not one was wearing a seatbelt, not one. And I said, this is something I could do. Click. And then a few years later, it was time to stop smoking. And I had to do some work on that. And And I'm very grateful that happened. But I think for smokers, let me spend a couple of minutes. General of the Army Dwight David Eisenhower, the Supreme Allied Commander, ready to invade Europe and break the back of Hitler, smoked 3 packs a day. Lucky strike, green goes to war. And on bad days, he smoked 4 packs a day. That's how his staff knew. Also, in the evenings to relax, he would read Louis L'Amour novels. You know, the Westerns. That's Eisenhower. Oh, cigarette after. And he was in the United Kingdom, and they're having a banquet with the military everybody's. And the British thing is you have to toast the king. God save the king. And they would do it at the end of the meal. And then gentlemen could smoke. So first banquet, they sit down. Eisenhower pulls out a cigarette. And they said, you can't smoke until the end of the meal when we toast the king. And Eisenhower said, I'll never come back. I might be the Supreme Allied Commander, but I'll never come back to one of these stupid things if I have to wait an hour to smoke. So they changed it so the meal started with toasting the king. God save the king! And then Eisenhower could lit up and smoke all the way through the meal. So the war is over. He beats Hitler. He comes back to the United States. President at Columbia University. He's elected president in 1952, goes into office in 53, and in maybe 1955, major heart attack. And came back, you know, and his doctors took him off cigarettes, and his smoking was a very, very well-known thing. Gesundheit. They asked him, you know, do you miss it? Man, he wouldn't talk about it. Do you miss it, Mr. President? He didn't talk about it. And then finally there was an interview, and they said, Mr. President, do you think you'll ever smoke again? And he said, I don't know if I'll ever start again, but I'll tell you this, I'll never stop again. Stopping smoking was the most difficult thing I ever did in my life. This is the man that beat Hitler. So if you know someone who's a smoker, or if you yourself are having a couple of second thoughts about that, just remember General Eisenhower and his statement. It was much more difficult than stopping drinking. And I'm glad I did it, and I'm glad that I have that ability. But I am an addict and an alcoholic. And so I was off tobacco for, I guess, 3 months. And I was in Southern California with Mother Teresa's people. They're very good. I tried not to compare myself, but they're very good, and I'm not. And I got obsessed with smoking. And so on the way there, I got a pack of Camel Straight, meaning no filter, because filters are for sissies. And I'm giving this talk to these Mother Teresa people about something, and I pull out a cigarette, and I light it. And I inhale it, first cigarette in 3 months, and it was sheer pain. It was like needles and knives going through my lungs. It was awful. But I'm no sissy. So I did it again. It's just as awful in the third time. So I flushed it out. And I think I tried 2 or 3 more cigarettes that day because I am no fool. You know, I know my commitments. And every time I had a cigarette, it was like my lungs were being exploded with knives. It was so painful. So I threw them away. A couple months pass. I'm in San Francisco. I go to Pier 39, which is a big touristy thing. And they had a smoke shop. And I could, come in, we've missed you, you know. So I walked in, and you know, tobacco and pipe tobacco and cigars and all this stuff. And there's this very nice young person there, and there are Indian clove cigarettes on the counter. And I walk up, and I pick these up, and I say, "Are these wonderful?" And she says, "Wonderful, magic, fun, smell good, lovely." And I said, I haven't had a cigarette in 3 months. And her whole manner changed. She said, put those down and get out of here. And that's the last time I played with it. It's been like 35 years, but I mean, thank God she was there. You know? But oh my, I mean, just because it will kill you doesn't mean I'm not interested. So, you know. Any comment from the floor or question from the floor? If not, we can just all run for our lives. Oh, well, I think Al-Anon's a bigger program. I think Al-Anon's about relationships. I think Al-Anon is where we learn how to be grown-ups in relationships with families and friends. Absolutely, the self-care and the self-love and extended beyond. My sponsor would call it the Urgrundprogramm, the basic floor program of humanity. So it's a bigger program. Al-Anon should be 10 times bigger than AA is, but it's not. So I'm glad for it. It helps me deal with my family of origin. It helps me deal with people I live with. It helps me deal with the church. It helps me deal with these United States. It lets me know what focuses and doesn't focus. I had a terrible time with my folks. I was the youngest, and I just found it awful living there. And it took me a long time to grow up and stop blaming them and act like not a jerk all the time. My dad died in his 90s, prostate cancer, and I would spend the night at the hospital with him. I was able to do that. It was not a burden. I liked him. I liked him. We didn't have much in common, and we didn't have a lot to say, but I liked him. So I was there, and then my mom would come in the morning, and late morning, and then I'd leave and go back to Oakland, which was an hour away, half an hour or 45 minutes away. So he was put on hospice care. His time is really limited. I'm there, I'm ready to leave, and they bring lunch in for him. And he was he was, he wasn't in a coma, he was present. And they had a vegetable-y thing and maybe Jell-O and a protein thingy and soup and ice cream. And he went for the ice cream. And my mother said, soup first. Soup comes first. And, first thought wrong. What I wanted to do, I was very aware of this. This was 1996. I wanted to scream at the top of my lungs with all of the rage that I've ever had. He's dying. Can't he have ice cream once first before he dies? But I've been going to Al-Anon for a while, and their deal is none of my business. They have been doing this since Roosevelt's first term. And what I said is one of those sacrosanct Al-Anon slogans. I said, and I knew my mom, she's losing a husband in many years, and all those things, and stuff and so forth, and I said, quoting Al-Anon, I'll be right back. And I went out into the hall, and I just was, without screaming because I don't have, but if I had had cigars, I would have eaten them. Just, yeah. Thank you, Al-Anon. Their deal is none of my business. So he died. She lived another 6 years, and complicated. You know, moms are complicated. She also was entering her 90s, and it was around Christmas time, and we had her in independent living. My middle brother and his wife took care of her much better than I ever could. But I was going to go over to her independent living place. And for those who wanted a Christmas Eve Mass, I was going to do that. So I brought the stuff with me and stuff and things. And going to do that. And then we were going to go from there to my brother Paul's house, the good brother. And we would spend time there and do Christmas Eve. It seemed just fine. And I called her that morning, checking in with Mom. And I said, so I'll see you tonight about 6. And she said, what are you going to be wearing? See, now, we'd been having this conversation for 60 years. And she's afraid I'm going to show up looking like this. With no socks, because that's another issue. I mean, and you know, it just pissed me off. And then I said, you know, don't worry about it. We're going to be fine. We'll get along fine. I'll see you tonight at 6 o'clock. And then she said, in her broken bird mom voice, bird with a broken wing mom voice, don't embarrass me in front of my friends. And the British have a word for rage, and it's called you're incandescent. You're just... And I was. It was like I was 11 years old. This is on the phone. And so angry I couldn't breathe, and I just hung up on her. And then I had to get outside. I had to walk. I had to do a few things, some exercise to get rid of that rage and that bad stuff. There's a writer, a Vietnamese-American writer named Ocean Vuong. He's written a novel. He does some poetry. He's very interesting. I heard him interviewed, and he says, after anger, do something compassionate. After anger, do something kind. I wrote that down. I think that's a very good balance. And I called a couple people, and I was just so frantic. And so it passed, and then she was going to go get her hair done. So I called then, left a message, and no, this is Al-Anon, right? I don't have to say, you know why I hung up? Well, every time for the last 60 years, every time, and my therapist said, and remember back in 1952, remember? I just said, I'm sorry I hung up. I'll see you tonight. We'll have a good time. And I hung up. And then I was able to do a little more, and I got there and picked her up, and we prayed together, and it went okay. But no one can come to communion because no one's really walking. So you bring communion to the group. And then to my brothers, and it was fine. But that realization of, sober forever. I'm an older man, and I hung up on my elderly mother on Christmas Eve because she pissed me off. I figured, well, this isn't really a very well-functioning program of recovery, is it? But it's important to talk about it so that when it happens to you, you know you're not the only person who had a little nuclear breakdown with Mom. Moms are big. Moms are big. So she passed. I did both of their funerals. I was glad for that. I was able to preside at her funeral with a lot of love. But when she died, it was like losing 40 pounds. What a relief. Moms, you know? So there. Don't forget your little pink cloud. There we are.
Okay, thank you so much, Tom, for coming and visiting us again in Boise. We sure appreciate your time. Couple of things. We go ahead and have a seat so I can have my volunteers stand and you know who to talk to help. Let's see. So cleanup. We're the cleanup for the church. Kirsten, where'd you go? Okay, so in the gym, we could use a couple of hands to break down tables and chairs and put those away. Melissa, where'd you go? Okay, Melissa is head of cleanup in here, so we'd love to have some help cleaning up in here. Take food, potluck food, please. We're going to donate whatever else is left to the Women and Children's Alliance because they will take things like that, if you didn't know. And then we've got to clean the church so that they can have their services.